Hey there, welcome to Broderos. Tonight, we've got hours of chilling horror stories combined with soothing rain sounds to help you relax and sleep. Before you drift off, leave a comment below and let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. And don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe right away. If you end up not enjoying it, you can always take it back later. Get cozy and let the fear take over. Have you ever felt the cold touch of something that shouldn't be there? The crunch of snow under my boots was the only sound breaking the silence as I approached my grandmother's old cottage. Winter had descended upon the small village of Ravenhurst with unusual ferocity this year, blanketing everything in sheets of pristine white. I'd inherited the place 3 months ago, but only now found the courage to come here. The locals had warned me against staying here, especially during winter. Old superstitions, I thought. My breath formed clouds in the frigid air as I fumbled with the ancient iron key. The lock was stiff, protesting as I turned it, almost as if the house itself was reluctant to let me in. Finally, with a groan that seemed too human for comfort, the door swung open. The interior was dark and smelled of mothballs and something else, something older and more primal that I couldn't quite place. I flicked the light switch, relieved when yellowish light flooded the main room. At least the electricity worked. The furniture was draped with white sheets, ghostly silhouettes in the dim light. My grandmother had been dead for 6 months before anyone found her. The thought sent an involuntary shiver down my spine. Just the cold, I muttered to myself, setting down my bags. I'd planned to stay for 2 weeks to sort through her belongings and decide whether to sell the place or keep it. The isolation appealed to me after my recent divorce from Michael. Here, there would be no pitying glances, no awkward questions about how I was holding up. Just me, the mountains, and whatever ghosts my imagination conjured up. I set about making the place habitable, removing sheets, dusting surfaces, and starting a fire in the old stone fireplace. As night fell, the temperature dropped drastically. I huddled closer to the fire, a glass of whiskey warming my hands. Outside, the wind had picked up, moaning as it swept around the eaves of the cottage. That's when I first noticed it, a faint scratching sound coming from one of the windows. I turned, expecting to see a branch scraping against the glass, but there was nothing there. Just the darkness pressing against the panes and wait. I squinted, moving closer to the window. There, on the glass, was what looked like a handprint, formed in delicate frost patterns. I told myself it was just an honest formation, but something about it made my skin crawl. It seemed too perfect, too deliberate, 5 slender fingers splayed against the glass. As I watched, the frost seemed to spread outward from the print, tiny crystalline patterns blooming across the window. A gust of wind rattled the panes, making me jump. I laughed nervously at my own reaction. Get it together, Emily, I scolded myself. I returned to the fire, but couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed in the atmosphere of the house. The shadows seemed deeper, the creaks of the old building more pronounced. And beneath it all was a subtle drop in temperature that even the roaring fire couldn't seem to combat. I decided to explore the rest of the house, partly out of curiosity, partly to reassure myself that I was alone. The staircase groaned under my weight as I ascended to the 2nd floor. There were 3 bedrooms and an old bathroom with a clawfoot tub. I'd chosen the master bedroom for myself, the one my grandmother hadn't died in. The door to her room was closed. I stood before it, hand hesitating on the knob. Why was I afraid? It was just a room. Yet something held me back, an inexplicable dread that seemed to emanate from behind the wooden door. This is ridiculous, I muttered, and pushed the door open. The room was exactly as I'd expected, a simple bed with a handmade quilt, a dresser, a rocking chair by the window. Nothing sinister, nothing out of place. Yet the air in here was different, colder, much colder than the rest of the house. My breath fogged in front of me as I stepped inside. The window was covered in frost, despite the fact that all the other windows in the house were clear. And there, in the center of the frosted glass, was another handprint, larger this time, splayed wide as if pressed there in desperation. As I stared at it, a sound began to fill the room, soft at first, then growing louder. It took me a moment to realize what it was, the gentle creak of the rocking chair, moving back and forth though there was no breeze, no draft that could explain its motion. I backed out of the room, slamming the door shut. My heart was pounding in my chest as I leaned against the wall, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. There had to be a rational explanation. The house was old, it settled, it creaked. The frost patterns were just a quirk of the extreme cold. But as I made my way back downstairs, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. That something had noticed my presence, something that had been waiting in this house for a very long time. That night, I dreamed of ice. Of being trapped beneath a frozen lake, pounding against the surface, trying to break through while a figure stood above, watching me drown. I woke gasping, sheets tangled around my legs, the room so cold I could see my breath. And there, on the inside of my bedroom window, was a new frost pattern, not a handprint this time, but words etched in delicate ice crystals, "Welcome home." The morning light did little to dispel my unease. I stood before my bedroom window, staring at the glass where the frost message had been. It had melted away with the dawn, leaving no evidence that it had ever existed. Had I dreamed it? The rational part of my mind insisted that was the case, yet the knot of dread in my stomach told a different story. I made myself coffee, grateful for the warmth of the mug between my palms. The kitchen was the most modern part of the house, though modern here meant appliances from the 1980s. As I waited for the ancient coffee maker to finish gurgling, I noticed something odd about the window above the sink. There was a small area where the glass appeared to be perpetually frosted, despite the warmth inside. I reached out to touch it, and immediately recoiled. The spot wasn't cold, it was burning hot. What the hell? I muttered, running my fingertips under cold water. I needed to get out of the house, away from the strange occurrences that were beginning to feel less like coincidences and more like patterns. The village was only a 20-minute walk away. Fresh air and human interaction would do me good. The path to the village was beautiful but eerie in its stillness. The snow had stopped falling, leaving behind a landscape that seemed carved from alabaster. No birds sang, no animals scurried through the underbrush. It was as if the wildlife knew something I didn't, something that kept them away from this place. Ravenhurst was a small village, the kind where everyone knew everyone else's business. The general store doubled as a post office and informal community center. A bell tinkled as I pushed open the door, announcing my arrival. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with withered skin and sharp eyes, looked up from his newspaper. "You must be Emily," he said, his voice carrying a gravelly timbre. "Vivian's granddaughter." I nodded, somewhat surprised. "How did you know?" "Small town." He shrugged. "Plus, you look like her when she was young, that is." I hadn't expected that. My grandmother and I had never been close. She'd been a stern, distant figure in my childhood, appearing for obligatory holiday visits before disappearing back to her isolated cottage. The thought that I resembled her was strangely unsettling. "I'm Thomas," the shopkeeper said, extending a hand. "I knew your grandmother for most of her life." Were you friends? I asked, accepting the handshake. His palm was warm, calloused, a reassuringly human touch after the strange coldness of the cottage. Something flickered across Thomas's face, hesitation, perhaps, or an old pain. We were close, once upon a time. Before everything happened. Everything? Thomas busied himself rearranging items on the counter. Ancient history now. What brings you to the store today? I realized I hadn't actually thought about what I needed. Just some basics. And maybe some information about the cottage. It seems to have quirks. Thomas's movement stilled. What kind of quirks? I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. Would he think I was crazy if I mentioned frost patterns forming words, or rocking chairs moving on their own? It's very cold, I said finally. Colder than it should be, even with the heating and fireplace going. Thomas nodded slowly. That place has always been cold. Even in summer, it has a chill that never quite leaves the bones. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Listen, Emily. That cottage has history. Bad history. People around here, they don't like to talk about it, but they remember. Remember what? The winter of 1978. The blizzard that lasted 3 weeks. 3 people froze to death that winter, all of them connected to your grandmother. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. What are you saying? I'm saying that perhaps some places hold on to the past tighter than others. And perhaps some souls don't rest easy, especially those who died with unfinished business. The bell above the door tinkled again as another customer entered, effectively ending our conversation. Thomas straightened up, his expression shifting back to shopkeeper neutrality. Think about what I said. And be careful in that house, especially at night. I left the store with a bag of groceries and more questions than answers. As I walked back to the cottage, snow began to fall again, not the gentle flakes of a picturesque winter scene, but hard, stinging pellets that bit at my exposed skin. The wind picked up, seeming to push against me, as if the very elements were trying to prevent my return to the cottage. By the time I arrived, my fingers were numb within my gloves, my face raw from the cold. I fumbled with the key, desperate to get inside despite my earlier misgivings about the house. As the door swung open, I was hit with a wall of heat that was so unexpected it made me gasp. The interior of the cottage was sweltering, as if every heater had been turned to maximum. But that wasn't possible. I'd left only one small electric heater running in the living room. Yet now the air was thick with heat, causing sweat to break out across my forehead. I dropped my grocery bag on the kitchen counter and moved through the house, checking heaters, the fireplace, everything was as I'd left it. Nothing could explain the sudden tropical temperature. And then, as quickly as it had come, the heat disappeared. One moment I was wiping sweat from my brow, the next, my breath was clotting in front of me, the temperature plummeting so rapidly it left me dizzy. In the silence that followed, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic creaking from upstairs. The rocking chair in my grandmother's room, moving back and forth, back and forth. My heart hammering in my chest, I forced myself to climb the stairs. The sound grew louder as I approached her bedroom door, which now stood slightly ajar, though I distinctly remembered closing it the night before. I pushed it open fully, bracing myself for what I might see. The rocking chair was indeed moving, its wooden liners making that distinctive creaking sound against the floorboards. But what froze me in place was not the chair itself, but what sat in it, or rather, the suggestion of what sat in it. For there was a depression in the seat cushion, as if an invisible weight were pressing down on it, and on the arms of the chair, barely visible unless you were looking for them, were indentations like fingerprints pressed into wood. "Who's there?" I whispered, my voice sounding small and afraid even to my own ears. The rocking stopped abruptly. The temperature dropped further, my breath now forming thick clouds in the air. And then, from everywhere and nowhere, came a whisper that seemed to form from the very cold itself. "You have her face." I ran from the room, slamming the door behind me. My heart was thundering so loudly I could hear little else. I had to get out of this house, away from whatever presence lingered here. But as I turned to head for the stairs, I found myself facing a wall of frost that had formed impossibly fast across the hallway, a glistening barrier of ice that blocked my escape. And in that moment, as panic threatened to overwhelm me, I realized I wasn't dealing with quirks or anomalies or tricks of an old house. Something was here with me, something that had waited a long time for someone with my grandmother's face to return. Something that had no intention of letting me leave. I pressed my palms against the ice wall, jerking them back immediately as the cold burned my skin. This wasn't happening. Couldn't be happening. Ice didn't form this quickly, didn't grow this thick indoors. Yet here it was, a translucent barrier that distorted the hallway beyond like a macabre funhouse mirror. "This isn't real," I whispered, the words forming visible puffs in the frigid air. "This is a dream or a hallucination or..." A sound cut through my denial, the slow, deliberate crack of ice expanding. The frost wall was growing, tendrils of crystalline patterns reaching out toward me like seeking fingers. I backed away, bumping into the closed door of my grandmother's room. The doorknob behind me was so cold it felt like it would take my skin off if I tried to turn it. The rational part of my brain, the part still desperately clinging to logical explanations, suggested carbon monoxide poisoning. Old houses, faulty heating systems, it could explain the hallucinations, the temperature fluctuations, maybe even the disembodied whispers. But some deeper instinct told me this was something else entirely, something no scientific explanation could account for. I slid along the wall, moving away from both the ice barrier and my grandmother's room, toward the small bathroom at the end of the hall. It was the only other door up here, and I needed somewhere to think, to breathe, to attempt to make sense of what was happening. The bathroom was as I remembered it, old-fashioned fixtures, a small frosted window, the clawfoot tub. I locked the door behind me, though I doubted a simple lock would stop whatever was in this house. The mirror above the sink reflected my pale face, eyes wide with fear. I did look like her, I realized. The same high cheekbones, the same deep-set eyes, though hers had been blue while mine were brown. I splashed water on my face, trying to calm my racing thoughts. When I looked up at the mirror again, my reflection was no longer alone. Behind me stood a figure, indistinct, like a person shaped from fog or smoke, but with eyes that burned with an intense, icy blue light. I whirled around, but there was nothing there. When I turned back to the mirror, the figure remained in the reflection, now directly behind me, close enough that if it had been real, I would have felt its breath on my neck. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. Fear had frozen me as surely as any supernatural ice. The figure in the mirror raised a misty hand toward my reflected face, not quite touching it. Its form shifted, becoming momentarily more solid, more defined, a woman, elderly but with a straight back and proud bearing, her face a horrifying mixture of my grandmother's features and something older, crueler. "You shouldn't have come back," the reflection whispered, its voice like ice cracking on a frozen lake. "This house remembers what she did. This house never forgets." "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible. The figure's eyes flared brighter. Ask her. Ask Vivian what she did to us. Ask her about the blizzard, about the sacrifice. Ask her why the cold never leaves this place. My grandmother is dead, I said, finding a strange courage in stating this simple fact. A terrible smile spread across the misty face. So are we all, child. So are we all. The figure in the mirror dissolved, fragmenting like ice breaking apart, and I was alone again with my terrified reflection. The bathroom door swung open of its own accord, revealing the hallway beyond, now clear of ice, as if the barrier had never existed. I didn't want to leave the bathroom, but I couldn't stay there forever. Gathering what remained of my courage, I stepped into the hallway. The house was silent now, the oppressive cold lingering but not as intense as before. I made my way downstairs, my mind racing. I needed answers, needed to understand what was happening in this house. My grandmother's belongings were still largely untouched since her death. The main reason for my visit had been to sort through them, decide what to keep, what to donate, what to discard. Now, I searched with new purpose. There had to be something among our possessions that would explain what Thomas had hinted at, what the apparition in the mirror had mentioned. I started in the study, a small room lined with bookshelves and dominated by an antique desk. The drawers were locked, but I found a ring of keys in the kitchen junk drawer. The third key I tried fit, and the drawer slid open with a reluctant groan. Inside was a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. My heart raced as I opened it, revealing my grandmother's neat, precise handwriting. The journal appeared to be a record of daily events spanning several years in the 1970s. I flipped through it, scanning entries about garden plantings, village gossip, recipe modifications, the mundane details of a rural life. And then I found it, entries from the winter of 1978. The handwriting changed here, becoming more hurried, less controlled. I began to read, and as I did, the temperature in the room dropped steadily. January 17th, 1978, the snow won't stop. 3 days now without pause. The roads are impassable. I've moved everything I can into the kitchen and bedroom, trying to conserve heat. If this continues much longer, I don't know what I'll do. The firewood won't last forever. January 20th, 1978, a week now. No signs of the storm letting up. I caught Eleanor trying to steal firewood from my shed yesterday. As if I haven't seen how she looks at Thomas, how she's trying to take him from me. I sent her away. Let her freeze in that drafty cabin of hers. Thomas is mine. January 22nd, 1978, they're saying Eleanor was found frozen this morning. Thomas came by, accused me of refusing to help her. He doesn't understand. She would have taken everything from me. Just like Josephine tried to. Just like they all tried to. The entries continued, growing increasingly disturbing. My grandmother described the blizzard as if it were a living thing, something she could speak to, negotiate with. She wrote about sacrifices, about feeding the cold, about how I promised her warmth and protection in exchange for what she gave it. And then came the most chilling entry of all. February 5th, 1978, it's done. The three who would have taken what's mine are gone now. Eleanor, Josephine, and finally Thomas. He came tonight, raging, blaming me for the others. Said he was going to the authorities, going to tell them what I'd done. As if they'd believe him. As if they could prove anything. I let him in, offered him tea. He never saw me slip Mother's old potion in. When he was too weak to fight, I opened all the windows, let the cold in. The frost came for him so beautifully, crystallizing on his skin while he was still breathing. I watched it claim him inch by inch. And now the cold has promised me no one will ever take what's mine again. This house is protected. This house remembers. I dropped the journal as if it had burned me. This couldn't be real. My grandmother, the stern but seemingly normal woman who had sent me birthday cards with $20 bills, who taught me to knit during those few childhood visits, she couldn't be a murderer. And yet, a soft tinkling sound drew my attention to the window. Frost was forming on it, despite the fact that we were now indoors. The crystalline patterns spread rapidly, creating elaborate, beautiful designs that seemed almost deliberate in their formation. And as I watched, words began to appear in the frost, etched by an invisible finger. She promised us more. The implications hit me like a physical blow. My grandmother hadn't just killed those people, she'd somehow bound them to this place, used them to form some kind of pact with, what? A supernatural entity? The house itself? And now, with her gone, whatever bargain she'd struck was unfulfilled. Whatever hungry force she'd fed was still here, waiting. And I, with her face, her blood, had just walked willingly into its embrace. The realization that I was trapped in a house with something supernatural, something my grandmother had apparently fed with human lives, sent me into frantic action. I needed to leave, needed to get as far away from this cursed place as possible. I grabbed my coat and car keys, not bothering to pack, just wanting to escape. The front door wouldn't open. I pulled at the handle, threw my weight against the solid wood, but it remained immovable, as if sealed shut. The windows were the same, frozen closed, the glass so cold it burned my fingertips when I tried to force them. Let me out! I shouted, panic rising in my throat. I'm not my grandmother. I'm not part of whatever deal she made. My only answer was a sudden drop in temperature that left me gasping. The air crystallized with each breath, tiny ice particles dancing in the weak light filtering through the frosted windows. And then came the sounds, soft at first, then growing in volume. Footsteps. All around me. Above me, beside me, behind me. The floorboards creaked under invisible weight, and I spun in circles, trying to track the movement. What do you want? I cried out, desperation making my voice break. The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was worse somehow, pregnant with anticipation. I felt watched from every corner, every shadow suddenly deeper, more ominous. And then, like a dam breaking, noise erupted all around me. Not just footsteps now, but voices, distant at first, then growing closer, overlapping, a cacophony of whispers and moans and accusations. She promised us peace. She said it would end. Cold, so cold. Your blood is hers. The voices swirled around me like a storm, increasing in intensity until I had to cover my ears. But it did no good. The voices weren't coming from outside. They were somehow inside my head, bypassing my ears entirely. I ran to the kitchen, desperate for any weapon, any protection. The voices followed, now accompanied by a wind that shouldn't exist indoors, whipping through the rooms, carrying with it stinging particles of ice that cut at my exposed skin. The temperature continued to plummet, my fingers growing numb as I fumbled through drawers. What was I even looking for? What possible defense could there be against something like this? The rational part of my mind was shutting down, giving way to primal terror. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, everything stopped. The voices, the wind, the dropping temperature, all ceased at once, leaving behind a silence so profound it rang in my ears. I stood frozen in the kitchen, knife in hand, waiting for the next assault. But instead came a single voice, clear, calm, almost gentle. "Emily." It came from the cellar door. A part of the house I'd avoided since arriving, instinctively wary of what might lurk in the darkness below. The door was ajar now, though I knew I'd seen it closed earlier. A soft blue glow emanated from the stairway beyond, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Every instinct told me not to go down there. But what choice did I have? The house was sealed. The entities that haunted it were growing more aggressive, and I was running out of options. Perhaps in the cellar lay answers, some clue to breaking my grandmother's pact. With the knife clutched tightly in my trembling hand, I approached the cellar door. The blue light beckoned, hypnotic in its rhythmic pulsing. I took a deep breath and descended the stairs. The cellar was colder than the rest of the house, so cold that my skin prickled painfully. But what caught my breath was the source of the blue light. In the center of the dirt floor was a perfect circle of ice, about 6 feet in diameter, glowing with an inner light that seemed to beat like a heart. The ice was clear as glass despite the frigid temperature, and embedded within it, visible but impossibly preserved, were 3 bodies. I recognized Thomas from his photograph in the general store, younger in death than he had been in life, his face contorted in a final expression of betrayal and horror. Beside him was a woman, perhaps in her 30s, her arms outstretched as if reaching for help that never came. The third body was older, a woman with silver hair and a face that, despite the distortion of the ice, showed a family resemblance to my grandmother. Eleanor, Josephine, Thomas. The 3 victims mentioned in my grandmother's journal, perfectly preserved in this impossible ice, their faces locked in eternal expressions of terror and accusation. "Oh God," I whispered, backing away from the grotesque tableau. "What did she do to you?" The blue light pulsed brighter in response to my voice, and the ice began to crack. Not melting, but splitting, fissures spreading across its surface like a spider web. I backed away further, but my heel caught on the bottom stair and I fell, the knife clattering from my hand. From the cracks in the ice emerged not water, but a thick, swirling mist that coalesced into 3 distinct shapes, humanoid but not quite solid, their edges blurring and reforming constantly. The spirits of the 3 victims, free of their icy prison but still bound to this place, their features just distinct enough for me to match them to their frozen corpses. Blood of her blood, they spoke in unison, their voices like wind through bare branches. "You must finish what she started." "I don't understand," I said, scrambling backward up the stairs. "What did she start? What did she promise you?" "Release," said the figure that had been Thomas, its misty form moving closer. "She bound us to feed the cold, to keep her safe, to keep what was hers. But she promised us freedom when the price was paid in full." "What price?" I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. "The price is blood," said the one that had been Eleanor. "The blood of her line. The blood she promised but never gave." Cold realization washed over me. My grandmother hadn't just killed these people, she'd somehow trapped their souls, used them as a barrier between herself and whatever entity controlled the cult. A barrier that required periodic renewal, periodic sacrifice. And she promised that eventually she would pay the ultimate price herself, but she never had. "She was supposed to join you," I whispered. "That was the bargain. But she died of natural causes, in her sleep." "And now the cult hungers," said Josephine's spirit. "It must be fed. A life for a life. 3 lives taken, 3 lives owed. And you think I should pay her debt?" Terror gave way to anger. I had nothing to do with this. I never even knew her, not really. Blood of her blood, they repeated in unison. The debt must be paid, or we will never be free. The mist that formed their bodies began to expand, filling the cellar with swirling cold. I turned and ran up the stairs, slamming the door behind me, knowing even as I did that it would provide no protection against what was coming. I needed to think, to find a solution that didn't end with my death. My grandmother's journal, there had to be more information there, some clue to how she created this supernatural pact in the first place. If I could understand the binding, perhaps I could find a way to break it without sacrificing myself. I ran back to the study, flipping frantically through the journal pages. There had to be something, some detail I'd missed. And there it was, in an entry dated a week before the first death. January 10th, 1978, found Mother's old grimoire hidden in the false bottom of her trunk. The binding ritual seemed simple enough. Blood, frost, and words of power. The old ways haven't been forgotten, just buried. Like Mother always said, in deep winter, the veil between worlds thins. The cold can be bargained with if one is willing to pay the price. A grimoire. A ritual book. If my grandmother had used it to create this nightmare, perhaps it contained the key to ending it. But where would it be now? I tore through the study, searching drawers, shelves, any hiding place I could think of. Outside, the wind was picking up, howling around the eaves of the house like a living thing. The temperature continued to drop, frost spraying across every surface. I could feel the entities from the cellar, their presence seeping through the house like cold through poorly insulated walls. They were hunting me, or hurting me. The debt needed to be paid, and I was the only currency available. And then I remembered the trunk. My grandmother's old steamer trunk that sat at the foot of her bed. The one place I hadn't thoroughly searched. As I raced up the stairs, the house itself seemed to fight me. The wooden steps creaked and shifted under my feet as if trying to trip me. The temperature dropped so low that breathing felt like inhaling needles. Frost patterns chased me up the walls, crystalline fingers reaching for my ankles. I burst into my grandmother's room, heading straight for the trunk. It was locked, of course. I fumbled with the key ring I'd found earlier, trying key after key as the frost crept closer, as the air grew so cold it hurt to breathe. On the sixth key, the lock clicked open. I threw back the lid, digging through old clothes, photo albums, keepsakes. At the bottom was what appeared to be a false panel, just as the journal had described. I pried it open with frozen fingers. There, wrapped in black velvet, was an ancient book bound in what looked disturbingly like human skin. The grimoire. As I lifted it from its hiding place, the spirits made their move. The three misty forms passed through the walls, surrounding me, their cold so intense it felt like fire against my skin. The frost patterns on the walls converged, forming a circle around me and the grimoire, trapping us together. The debt must be paid, they intoned. Blood of her blood. A life for a life. The book felt heavy in my hands, thrumming with a power I didn't understand but instinctively feared. I had found what I was looking for, but time had run out. The spirits were no longer patient, no longer willing to wait. The cold embraced me, 1,000 ice needles penetrating my skin, my muscles, reaching for my very core. And as darkness began to edge my vision, as the cold seeped into my bones, I clutched the grimoire to my chest and made a desperate decision. I'll pay the debt, I gasped through lips that were turning blue. But on my terms. The spirits paused, their misty forms swirling around me expectantly. With the last of my strength, I opened the grimoire to the binding ritual my grandmother had used. The old ways, she had written. Blood, frost, and words of power. And blood was exactly what I intended to give, just not in the way they expected. My fingers were so numb I could barely turn the pages of the grimoire. The cold had penetrated to my very core, slowing my movements, making even the simple act of breathing a laborious task. But desperation gave me strength as I searched for the binding ritual my grandmother had used. The spirits hovered around me, their forms undulating with impatience. The frost continued to spread across the room, encasing everything in a crystalline shell. I could feel the hungry cold waiting, watching, anticipating the moment my strength would fail. Finally, I found it, a ritual titled The Covenant of Winter's Heart. The instructions were written in my grandmother's precise handwriting, annotations added to what appeared to be a much older text. The ritual itself was brutal in its simplicity: blood freely given, lives willingly or unwillingly sacrificed, a bargain struck with the elemental force of cold itself. But there, in the margins, was something my grandmother had added, a note about the nature of blood debts and how they might be transferred or transformed. A loophole. I understand now, I said, my voice barely audible through chattering teeth. I know what she promised you, and what she never delivered. The spirits drew closer, their cold intensifying until it felt like my skin might crack like thin ice. Then pay the debt, Thomas's spirit demanded. Free us from this prison of frost. I will, I said, but not the way she intended. Not with my life. With trembling hands, I took the letter opener from my grandmother's desk, a silver instrument shaped like an icicle, cruelly appropriate for what I was about to do. The ritual required blood freely given, but nowhere did it specify how much, or that death had to follow. Blood of her blood, I said, echoing their words. That's what you need, isn't it? The bloodline that imprisoned you. But it doesn't have to be all of it. Before they could respond, I drew the blade across my palm. The cut was shallow but effective, blood welling up bright red against my pale skin. The spirits recoiled momentarily, then surged forward with renewed intensity, their misty forms churning with anticipation. I held my bleeding hand over the grimoire, letting the drops fall onto the yellowed pages. Each drop sizzled as it landed, the blood seeming to burn through the paper though it left no mark. I began to recite the words written there, ancient syllables that felt wrong in my mouth, that seemed to freeze the very air as I spoke them. I offer blood freely given, I said in English when the incantation was complete. Not a life taken, but blood willingly sacrificed. I acknowledge the debt of my blood, and I transform it. 3 lives were taken by Vivian Blackwood. 3 souls were bound. I offer my blood not as payment, but as recognition, as witness to the wrong that was done. The temperature in the room plummeted further, the book beneath my bleeding hand growing so cold it burned. The spirits circled faster, their forms becoming more distinct, more solid. My grandmother broke faith with you, I continued, my voice growing stronger despite the cold. She never intended to join you, to pay the final price herself. But I recognize her debt. I acknowledge it before the cold that binds you. And I offer an alternative payment. The house itself seemed to be listening, the creaking of timbers falling silent, the howling wind outside dropping to a whisper. Even the frost patterns stopped their relentless spread, as if waiting to hear what I would propose. These 3 souls are not yours to keep, I said, addressing not the spirits but the cold entity itself, the elemental force my grandmother had bargained with. They were taken through treachery, through poison and exposure, not freely given as the ritual demands. Their binding was flawed from the beginning. I turned to the 3 spirits, who now hovered at the edges of the room, watching. You've been trapped here for decades, caught between life and death, unable to move on. Not because of a valid covenant, but because of my grandmother's deception. I took a deep breath, the frigid air burning my lungs. I offer you freedom. Not through my death, but through justice. Through recognition of the wrong that was done to you, and the breaking of chains that were forged in deceit. From my bleeding palm, I let 3 more drops fall, 1 for each of the trapped souls. As each drop struck the grimoire, a tremor ran through the house, as if some fundamental tension was being released. With my blood, freely given, I break the false covenant that binds you, I said, the words coming to me as if whispered by some ancestral memory. I release you from your prison of frost. I acknowledge the wrong committed by my blood, and I set you free to move beyond this place, beyond the cold, into whatever waits beyond. For a moment, nothing happened. The spirits remained, the cold persisted. I feared I had failed, that my grandmother's debt could only be paid in full with my life. Then Thomas's spirit moved forward, his misty form solidifying enough that I could clearly see his face, no longer contorted in horror, but peaceful, almost grateful. Blood recognizes blood, he said softly. Debt acknowledged becomes debt transformed. The other 2 spirits joined him, their forms growing clearer, more human. The crushing cold began to recede, replaced by a more natural winter chill. We accept your offering, Eleanor said, her voice like distant wind chimes. Not your life, but your recognition. Your justice. The covenant is broken, added Josephine, her elderly face creased in what might have been a smile. The chains are undone. The grimoire beneath my hand burst into blue flame that gave off no heat, consuming the ancient pages without burning my skin. The frost patterns on the walls began to retreat, melting away into rivulets that disappeared before they could touch the floor. Outside, the howling wind died completely, leaving behind a stillness that felt not threatening but peaceful. The supernatural cold that had permeated the house dissipated, replaced by the normal chill of a winter evening. The 3 spirits began to fade, their forms becoming transparent, their features blurring. But they were not disappearing into nothingness, rather, they seemed to be moving towards something, drawn by a light I could sense but not see. Thank you, Thomas whispered as he faded. Remember us. And then they were gone. The room was empty save for me, the ashes of the grimoire, and the lingering scent of winter roses, a scent I somehow knew had been Eleanor's favorite perfume in life. I bound my cut hand with a handkerchief from my pocket, the mundane act of first aid feeling surreal after what I had just experienced. The house around me seemed lighter somehow, the oppressive atmosphere lifted. It was still an old house in winter, still drafty and cool, but the malevolent cold was gone. I made my way downstairs on unsteady legs, half expecting something to try to stop me. But the house remained quiet, the doors and windows no longer sealed by supernatural ice. I opened the front door, letting in the crisp night air. The snow had stopped falling, and stars glittered in a clear sky above. As I stood on the threshold, wondering what to do next, my gaze was drawn to the cellar door. It stood open still, and I knew there was one more thing I needed to face. The blue glow was gone from the cellar, but in the beam of my flashlight, I could see that the ice circle remained, though it was beginning to melt at the edges. Within it, the 3 bodies were still perfectly preserved, their faces now peaceful, as if the release of their spirits had somehow affected their physical remains. They deserved a proper burial, a proper mourning. The truth deserved to be known. My grandmother's crimes had been hidden for too long. As dawn broke over the mountains, I sat at the kitchen table, a cup of hot tea warming my hands. I had made my decision. I would call the authorities, tell them what I had found in the cellar. I would have to leave out the supernatural elements of the story, of course, speak instead of preserved bodies in the cold cellar of a journal confession of old crimes finally brought to light. The house would likely be seized as a crime scene, the investigation reopening wounds in a small community that had never properly healed. But truth, however painful, was necessary for real healing to begin. As for my grandmother's spirit, I sensed it was not trapped here as the others had been. Whether she had moved on to some kind of judgment or punishment beyond this world, or whether she had simply ceased to exist, I couldn't know. But her hold on this place, on these people, was broken. I sipped my tea, watching as the rising sun cast long shadows across the snow-covered yard. The winter would continue, as winters always do, but spring would come eventually. The ice would melt. New life would emerge. And in this house, at least, the cold would never again be anything but natural. The covenant was broken. The debt was paid. The embrace of ice had finally released its grip. But as I rose to make the call that would set everything in motion, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the kitchen window. For just a moment, so brief I might have imagined it, I saw not my face, but my grandmother's, looking back at me with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. Warning? Regret? Acceptance? Before I could decide, the image was gone, leaving only my own troubled eyes staring back. I shivered, though the house was warming in the morning sun. Some cold, it seemed, lingered not in places but in blood. Some deaths, once acknowledged, might transform rather than disappear entirely. I turned away from the window and picked up the phone. Whatever came next, I would face it. The truth, like the cold, could be harsh and unforgiving. But unlike the cold my grandmother had bargained with, truth could also heal. Outside, the first birds of morning began to sing, their voices carrying across the snow-covered landscape. Their song seemed to say that even the longest, darkest winter eventually gives way to spring. I dialed and waited for someone to answer. Have you ever wondered what happens to those who miss the last train? The question echoed in my mind as I descended the worn concrete steps into Riverside Station. It was nearly midnight, and the once bustling metro station now stood eerily silent. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered intermittently, casting dancing shadows across the tiled floor. My name is Michael Harlow, and I've been working late shifts at the city hospital for the past 3 months. The commute home at this hour was always lonely, but tonight felt different. The air hung heavier, cooler than usual, carrying a faint metallic scent that reminded me of old pennies or blood. As I swiped my transit card and pushed through the turnstile, I noticed how the mechanical click reverberated unnaturally through the empty station. I checked my watch, 11:47. The last train was scheduled for 11:50. I had made it just in time, as always. The platform was deserted. My footsteps echoed as I walked toward the middle of the platform, where I always stood to board the third car. Force of habit, I suppose. A discarded newspaper tumbled across the concrete, pushed by an inexplicable draft that shouldn't exist this deep underground. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around my shoulders. The digital display overhead showed the countdown, 3 minutes until arrival. I pulled out my phone, but the screen showed no signal, also typical for this station. I pocketed it again and leaned against a pillar, trying to ignore how the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. That's when I first noticed something odd. Across the tracks, on the opposite platform, I caught a glimpse of movement. A figure stood there, partially obscured by a pillar. I squinted, trying to make out details in the dim light. It appeared to be a man in a dark suit, completely still, facing my direction. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting breaking the silence. My voice sounded small, swallowed by the cavernous space. The figure didn't respond or move. Perhaps it was just a shadow, I told myself. The play of light from the flickering bulbs. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The digital display now showed 1 minute until arrival. I glanced back at the opposite platform, and the figure was gone. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by an irrational spike of fear. Had someone really been there, or was my exhausted mind playing tricks? A distant rumble announced the approaching train. The familiar sound should have been comforting, but tonight it seemed to carry a hollow, mournful quality that raised goosebumps on my arms. The electric hum grew louder, and I could feel the subtle vibration through the soles of my shoes. As the train's headlights illuminated the tunnel entrance, I noticed something peculiar. The light didn't appear as bright as usual, and the train seemed to be moving slower than normal. I checked the time again, 11:50 exactly. At least it was on schedule. But as the train emerged from the tunnel, my heart nearly stopped. The cars were dark, not just dimly lit, but completely devoid of light. And through the windows, I could see that the train was empty. No passengers, no conductor. Nothing. Still, the doors hissed open when the train came to a stop. I stood frozen, staring into the darkened car before me. Something felt profoundly wrong. The train that had always carried me home now seemed like a portal to somewhere else entirely. "Last call for boarding," announced a static-filled voice over the PA system, startling me. The voice sounded distorted, almost as if it were being played backward and then forward again. I took a tentative step toward the open door, then hesitated. The darkness inside the car seemed absolute, consuming. And from somewhere within that darkness, I thought I heard a whisper, too faint to make out words but unmistakably human. My rational mind argued that this was my train, my way home, just as it had been every night for months. But a more primal part of me was screaming to turn around and leave. As I stood paralyzed with indecision, I noticed a slight movement inside the train car. A silhouette shifting in the darkness, then another. Shapes taking form where there should be nothing but empty seats. The doors began to close. I stumbled backward, away from the train, my heart hammering against my ribs. The last thing I saw before the door sealed completely was a pale hand pressed against the glass, fingers splayed as if reaching for me. The train pulled away, carrying its invisible passengers into the tunnel, leaving me alone on the platform, trembling and questioning my sanity. Or at least, I thought I was alone. Until I heard footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate, drawing nearer with each passing second. I whirled around, my breath catching in my throat. The platform behind me was empty, no source for the footsteps I'd clearly heard. Yet the sound continued, echoing from different directions now, as if someone, or several people, were circling me. "Hello?" I called again, my voice cracking. "Is anybody there?" The footsteps stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse, thick and expectant, like the station itself was holding its breath. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight feature. The beam cut through the dimness, illuminating nothing but empty benches and grimy tiles. I swept the light across the platform, searching for any sign of another person. The station clock read 11:55. I had missed the last train, but there had to be a way out. There were always stairs, emergency exits. I started walking briskly toward the main entrance, my footsteps unnaturally loud. That's when the lights flickered once, twice, and then went out entirely. For 3 terrifying seconds, I stood in complete darkness. My flashlight beam seemed to shrink, barely penetrating the sudden, smothering blackness. Then the emergency lights kicked on, dim red bulbs that cast everything in a bloody glow. "This isn't happening," I whispered to myself, trying to calm my racing heart. "There's a power outage. It's normal. Just find the exit." But as I continued toward where the entrance should be, I realized something was wrong with the station's layout. The corridor stretched longer than I remembered, and the stairs that should have led to the street weren't where they should be. Instead, I found myself facing a blank wall. I've taken this route every night for months. How could I be lost? I turned around, intending to try the other direction, when my flashlight beam swept across something that made my blood run cold. A figure stood at the far end of the platform, the same dark-suited man I glimpsed earlier on the opposite platform. Only now I could see more clearly that something was wrong with his proportions. His limbs seemed too long, his head tilted at an impossible angle. I blinked, and he was gone. My heart pounding painfully against my ribs, I began moving faster, no longer caring about direction, just desperate to find any way out. But every turn led to unfamiliar corridors, every potential exit blocked or leading to more tunnels. This isn't possible. I know this station. Yet the evidence before me suggested otherwise. It was as if the station had reconfigured itself while I wasn't looking, trapping me in a labyrinth of red-tinged darkness. After what felt like an eternity of frantic searching, I found myself back on the platform where I'd started. The digital display that had shown the train schedule now flickered with static, occasionally resolving into what looked like faces, their mouths opened in silent screams. My rational mind was quickly losing ground to panic. I leaned against a pillar, trying to steady my breathing, trying to think logically. There had to be an explanation. Perhaps I'd fallen asleep on the bench while waiting for the train. Perhaps this was all an exhaustion-induced nightmare. I pinched myself hard, but nothing changed. The station remained transformed, unfamiliar, threatening. Then I heard it, a sound that didn't belong. The soft, rhythmic click of what could only be dress shoes on tile, approaching slowly from behind me. I didn't turn around this time. Instead, I ran. I sprinted down the platform, no longer caring about finding an exit, just trying to put distance between myself and whatever was following me. My lungs burned, and the red emergency lights blurred as tears of panic filled my eyes. I reached the end of the platform and saw a maintenance door I hadn't noticed before. Without hesitation, I pushed through it, finding myself in a narrow service tunnel lit by widely spaced bulbs that cast more shadows than light. The door swung shut behind me with a heavy metallic thud that echoed down the tunnel. I paused, gasping for breath, listening. No footsteps followed. For the moment, I seemed to be alone. The service tunnel stretched before me, curving slightly to the left. With no better option, I began walking, keeping close to the wall. The concrete was cold and slightly damp beneath my fingertips. As I rounded the curve, I noticed something strange about the tunnel walls. What I had initially taken to be graffiti was actually writing, names and dates scrawled in various hands, some faded and barely legible, others fresher. Below each name was a time. Thomas Whitley, July 12, 1989, 11:50 p.m. Eleanor Reed, March 3, 2002, 11:50 p.m. David Chen, November 28, 2017, 11:50 p.m. Dozens of names covered the walls, all at the same time, 11:50 p.m. The last train. A chill ran through me as I realized what I might be looking at, a record of others who had found themselves trapped here, just like me. people who had boarded or refused to board that final train. My flashlight beam suddenly caught something moving up ahead, a fleeting shadow that disappeared around the next bend. Though every instinct told me to turn back, I realized I had no idea where back would lead me anymore. The station had become a puzzle box, constantly shifting and changing. So I pressed on, following the only path available, even as the walls seemed to close in around me and the air grew thicker, harder to breathe. The names continued, covering every inch of the tunnel walls, floor to ceiling now, a testament to all those who had walked this path before me. And then, ahead in the darkness, I saw faint light. Not the harsh red of the emergency bulbs, but a soft white glow. Hope surged within me, perhaps an exit, a way back to the world above. I quickened my pace, moving toward the light. As I drew closer, I could make out a figure standing in the glow, a woman in what appeared to be an old-fashioned dress, her back to me. "Excuse me," I called out, my voice echoing strangely. "Can you help me find a way out?" Slowly, she turned around, and I froze, the scream caught in my throat. Where her face should have been, there was nothing but a blurred smudge, as if someone had taken an eraser to her features. Yet somehow, I could feel her looking at me, studying me. She raised one pale hand, pointing down the tunnel behind her. Then, like a television being switched off, she blinked out of existence, leaving me alone in the darkness once more. Shaking uncontrollably now, I forced myself to continue forward into the space where she had stood. The tunnel opened up into what appeared to be an older, abandoned platform, a station within a station, forgotten by time. And I wasn't alone. Shadowy figures moved across the platform, dozens of them, each with the same blurred, featureless faces. They paid me no mind, going about what seemed to be their daily routines, waiting for trains, checking watches that no longer told time, reading newspapers with illegible headlines. The ghosts of commutes never completed. Passengers of the last train, forever trapped between stations. And in that moment, I understood what had happened to all those names on the wall. What would happen to me if I couldn't find my way out before the next 11:50 train arrived? I backed away from the ghostly commuters, pressing myself against the cold tile wall. None of them seemed to notice me. Their movements had a mechanical quality, like actors replaying the same scene on an endless loop. A businessman repeatedly checked his watch, his featureless face tilting down and then up again. A young woman clutched a bag to her chest, rocking slightly. An elderly figure leaned heavily on a cane that made no sound when it tapped against the floor. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. These were people, at least, not anymore. They were echoes, fragments of those who had once stood where I now stood. The thought sent a wave of nausea through me. Would I become like them? Another shadow replaying my final moments over and over? I needed to find a way out, and quickly. I glanced at my own watch, 12:22. Hours until the first morning train, but somehow I doubted that would be my salvation. No, whatever twisted logic governed this place seemed to revolve around that final train at 11:50. As I studied the phantom commuters more closely, I noticed something unsettling. Occasionally, one would turn slightly in my direction, as if almost aware of my presence. Each time this happened, a cold whisper would brush past my ear, too faint to make out words but carrying unmistakable emotion, desperation, warning, pleading. I began to edge along the wall, trying to circle around the platform without drawing attention. My flashlight flickered, the battery dying. I switched it off to conserve what little power remained. The ghostly figures cast enough pale light for me to see by, anyway, an unnatural, blue-white luminescence that emanated from their translucent forms. At the far end of the platform, I spotted what appeared to be another maintenance door. If I could reach it without disturbing the phantoms, perhaps it would lead to a way out. I took a deep breath and pushed myself away from the wall, trying to move naturally among the ghostly commuters, as if I belonged there. I passed through their midst, careful not to touch any of them, though I wasn't sure what would happen if I did. The air around them was frigid, and my breath frosted in small clouds as I navigated between their endlessly repeating patterns. The whispers grew louder as I moved through the crowd, gradually becoming more distinct. "Don't board, don't. It takes you nowhere. Find the conductor. Time is a circle here." My head began to throb with each new whisper, each one overlapping the last until they formed a cacophony of desperate warnings. I quickened my pace, no longer caring about remaining inconspicuous. The door was only yards away now, but as I reached for the handle, all the whispers suddenly ceased. The silence was so immediate and complete that I froze, my hand outstretched. Slowly, I turned to look back at the platform. Every single phantom had stopped moving, and every featureless face was turned in my direction. For 3 heartbeats, nothing moved. Then, as one, they began drifting toward me, their feet no longer touching the ground. The businessman's watch fell from his wrist, shattering on the platform without a sound. The elderly figure's cane clattered to the floor as its owner floated forward. I yanked at the door handle. It was locked. Panic surged through me as the ghosts closed in, their whispers returning, no longer separate voices but a unified hiss that formed words in my mind. "You don't belong. Not yet. Not until you ride." I pounded on the door, screaming for help that wouldn't come. The temperature plummeted further, my fingers turning numb on the metal handle. Frost began to form on my eyelashes. Just as the nearest phantom, the young woman with her bag, reached out a hand toward my face, the door behind me gave way. I tumbled backward into darkness, landing hard on a concrete floor. The door slammed shut in front of me, cutting off the sight of the advancing ghosts. I lay there gasping, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. After several minutes, when nothing came through the door, I fumbled for my phone and turned the flashlight back on, conserving what little battery I had left. I found myself in what appeared to be a control room of sorts. Banks of ancient-looking switches and monitors lined the walls. A layer of dust covered everything, except for a single chair in front of the main control panel, which looked recently used. The seat was still slightly indented, as if someone had just risen from it. On the panel, a single monitor glowed with static. As I approached, the static cleared momentarily to show a black and white feed of the platform I had just fled. The ghostly commuters had returned to their routines, moving about as if nothing had happened. Next to the monitor was a logbook, open to a page dated today. Written in a shaky hand were the words, "Last train departed on schedule. No passengers boarded. One remained on platform. Procedure initiated." A chill ran down my spine as I realized the log was referring to me. Someone, or something, was monitoring this station, controlling what happened here. And whatever procedure had been initiated, I was now caught in it. I flipped back through the logbook, finding similar entries stretching back decades. Always the same format, always noting those who missed or refused the last train. June 17, 1976, last train departed on schedule. 3 passengers boarded. 1 remained on platform. Procedure initiated. October 4th, 1992, last train departed on schedule. No passengers boarded. 2 remained on platform. Procedure initiated. February 28, 2015, last train departed on schedule. One passenger boarded. None remained on platform. Regular service resumed. That last entry caught my attention. Regular service resumed. Those who boarded the train apparently ended whatever twisted cycle this station was caught in. But what happened to them afterward? I continued exploring the control room, finding another door at the back. This one opened easily, revealing a narrow staircase leading upward. Hope flared in my chest. Perhaps this was the way I had been searching for. I began climbing, the stairs seemingly endless, spiraling up into darkness. My flashlight being weakened with each step, the battery nearly depleted. Just as I was considering turning back, the stairs ended at another door, heavier than the others, with a small window set into it. Through the glass, I could see what appeared to be the main concourse of Riverside Station, but not as I knew it. This version was pristine, well lit, bustling with normal, living people going about their commutes. Sunlight streamed through the entrance, suggesting it was daytime in this version of reality. I tried the handle, but the door wouldn't budge. I pounded on it, shouting for help, but no one on the other side reacted. It was as if they couldn't see or hear me at all. I was looking at the world I had left behind, but I couldn't reach it. I was trapped in this in-between place, this ghost station existing alongside but separate from reality. As this realization sank in, the lights in the stairwell flickered. A distant rumble vibrated through the walls, the sound of an approaching train. But that was impossible. The last train had already departed, and the next wasn't due until morning. Unless... I checked my watch again. The hands were spinning rapidly backward, finally stopping at 11:49. 1 minute until the last train. 1 minute to decide whether to board or remain. 1 minute to choose between becoming like those phantoms on the abandoned platform or discovering what happened to those who rode the train to nowhere. The rumbling grew louder, and a cold breeze rushed up the stairwell, carrying with it a chorus of whispers. Choose wisely. The conductor knows the way. Some of us never leave. Others never arrive. I stumbled back down the stairs, my mind racing. The control room was empty when I burst through the door, but the monitor now showed a clear image of the main platform, my original platform, where a train was pulling in. The same darkened train I had seen earlier, with the same empty cars. Or were they empty? As I peered closer at the monitor, I could make out faint shapes inside, passengers sitting perfectly still, their features obscured by shadow, waiting for me to join them. I had to make a choice. Stay and become like the phantoms in this limbo, forever repeating the same moments, or board the train and face whatever lay at the end of its journey. The door to the platform swung open of its own accord. An invitation. A challenge. With no better option, I stepped through, back onto the main platform where my nightmare had begun. The train waited, doors opened, the darkness within somehow deeper and more absolute than before. From inside, I heard a single voice, clearer than any of the whispers before. It's time to complete your journey, Michael. It knew my name. And as I approached the open doors, I saw a figure standing just inside, the conductor, his face hidden beneath the shadow of his cap. He extended a gloved hand toward me. All aboard, he said, his voice like gravel. This is your last chance to reach your destination. With my heart pounding in my ears, I reached out and took his hand. The moment my fingers touched the conductor's gloved hand, an electric sensation shot up my arm. Cold, impossibly cold, yet somehow burning at the same time. I tried to pull away, but his grip tightened, dragging me into the darkened car. The doors hissed shut behind me with a finality that made my stomach drop. Through the windows, I watched the platform recede as the train began to move, accelerating into the tunnel with unnatural speed. Inside the car, I could now make out the other passengers more clearly. They sat perfectly still, their forms translucent and glowing with that same eerie blue-white luminescence as the phantoms on the abandoned platform. But unlike those featureless specters, these passengers had faces, gaunt, weary, with eyes that tracked my movements. "Welcome aboard the Midnight Express," the conductor said, releasing my hand at last. "Please, take a seat. We have much to discuss before we reach your station." "My station?" I managed to ask, my voice sounding distant and hollow in the unnatural acoustics of the car. "Where exactly are we going?" The conductor tilted his head, and for the first time, I caught a glimpse of his face beneath the cap. What I saw made me stumble backward into an empty seat. His features were constantly shifting, one moment handsome and youthful, the next withered and ancient, then briefly something not human at all, just a skull with pinpricks of light where I should be. "That depends entirely on you, Michael Harlow," he replied, his voice similarly unstable, fluctuating between timbres. "This train makes many stops. Which one is yours? Well, that's what we need to determine." The train rocketed through darkness, occasionally passing lights that illuminated the car in brief, stroboscopic flashes. With each flash, I noticed something different about my surroundings, the other passengers changing positions slightly, their expressions shifting from resigned to terrified and back again. "I don't understand," I said, gripping the edge of my seat as the train took a curve at impossible speed. "What is this place? Who are you?" The conductor moved down the aisle with a fluid grace that suggested he wasn't fully bound by physical laws. He stopped beside me, one hand resting on the back of my seat. "This is the space between," he said simply. "Not quite life, not quite death. A transit system for souls who haven't reached their destination. And I am merely its caretaker, ensuring everyone arrives where they belong." My mind reeled with this information. So I couldn't bring myself to say the word. "Dead?" The conductor laughed, a sound like wind whistling through bare branches. "No, not exactly. Not yet. You're in a rare position, Mr. Harlow. You see, most who board this train have already passed from the world above. Their journey is one way. But you stepped into our realm while still very much alive. Which presents us with an interesting dilemma." He gestured around the car. "My other passengers have no choice but to continue to their final destinations. But you might be able to return under the right circumstances." Hope flared in my chest. "What circumstances? Tell me what I need to do." The conductor's face shifted again, settling momentarily on a solemn, almost sympathetic expression. "It's not that simple. There's a balance to maintain. If you wish to return to the world of the living, someone else must take your place." My hope curdled into horror. "You want me to condemn someone else to this?" "Not just anyone," the conductor clarified. "Someone who rode this train before their time. Someone who cheated the natural order. There have been others like you over the years, those who stumbled into our realm and then found their way back. Each time, it creates a disturbance, an imbalance." The train suddenly decelerated, the lights flickering wildly. Through the windows, I caught glimpses of another station platform, similar to Riverside but older, more ornate, from another era entirely. "First stop," announced the conductor. "Millfield Station, 1952. The doors opened, and a single passenger rose from their seat, an elderly man in outdated clothes. He nodded at me as he passed, a look of profound relief on his face. As he stepped onto the platform, his form solidified, becoming fully opaque before he walked away and disappeared into the station. "He's reached his destination," the conductor explained. "His journey is complete." The doors closed, and the train moved on, plunging once more into darkness. "What happens to them?" I asked. "After they leave the train?" The conductor's expression shifted again, becoming unreadable. "That's not for you to know. Not unless you choose to complete your journey as well." We passed through more stations, each from a different time, a different place. At some, no one disembarked. At others, multiple passengers left together. I began to understand that this train wasn't just traveling through tunnels but through time itself, delivering its passengers to their proper destinations across the decades. After what felt like hours, the conductor returned to my side. "We're approaching a special stop," he said. "One of interest to your situation." The train began to slow once more. Through the windows, I saw a familiar platform coming into view, Riverside Station, but not as I knew it. This version looked newer, cleaner, dating perhaps from the early 2000s. "November 12th, 2006, the conductor announced. 11:50 p.m. As the train stopped and the doors opened, no one inside the car moved to disembark. Instead, the conductor gestured toward the platform, where a young woman paced anxiously, checking her watch. "Jennifer Miles," he said. 26 years old. She was supposed to board this train that night. It was her time. But she received a phone call at the last minute. Her sister had been in an accident. She ran from the station to go to the hospital instead. The scene played out before us, Jennifer's phone lighting up, her panicked expression as she answered it, her hasty departure from the platform just as our train arrived. "She cheated death that night," the conductor continued. "The balance was disrupted. And now, 17 years later, she still walks above, living a life that should have ended long ago." I felt sick as I realized what he was suggesting. "You want me to take her? In exchange for my freedom?" "The choice is yours," the conductor said, his voice neutral. "Either you continue with us to your own destination, whatever that may be, or you return to the world above, and Jennifer finally boards the train she evaded years ago." "That's monstrous," I whispered. "I can't do that to someone. Yet she's living time that was never meant to be hers," the conductor countered, "while you would lose years that were rightfully yours. Is that fair? Is that balance?" The doors remained open, the platform from 2006 still visible beyond them. A choice laid out before me. How would it happen? I asked, hating myself for even considering it. If I chose to go back, you would awaken on the platform of Riverside Station in your proper time. And the next time Jennifer Miles enters a metro station, she would find herself here instead, on her final journey. I closed my eyes, trying to think clearly through the haze of fear and confusion. Could I condemn a stranger to death to save myself? Would I be able to live with that choice? "I need to know more about her," I said finally. "About Jennifer. Before I decide." The conductor nodded, as if he had expected this request. "The train can show you." The scene outside the windows shifted, images flickering rapidly as if someone were fast-forwarding through Jennifer's life after that fateful night in 2006. I saw her at her sister's hospital bedside, saw her at a graduation ceremony, a wedding. I saw her holding a newborn baby, saw her comforting an elderly woman who appeared to be her mother. "She's lived a full life," I murmured. "Time she borrowed," the conductor reminded me. "At what cost to the cosmic balance, we cannot say. But there is always a price." The images continued, showing Jennifer in the present day, a woman in her early 40s now, with laugh lines around her eyes and streaks of gray in her hair. She looked happy, fulfilled. My heart sank as I realized I couldn't do it. Whatever cosmic balance had been disrupted by her survival, I couldn't be the one to correct it. Not like this. "I can't," I said, turning away from the window. "I won't take her life to save my own. There has to be another way." The conductor's expression shifted once more, settling into something that might have been respect. "Are you certain? This may be your only chance to return." "I'm certain," I said, surprising myself with the steadiness in my voice. "Close the doors. Let's continue." For a long moment, the conductor didn't move. The doors remained open, the platform still visible, a temptation, a final chance to change my mind. Then, slowly, his lips curved into what might have been a smile. "Interesting," he said softly. "Very interesting indeed." He raised a hand, and the door slid shut. The train lurched forward, leaving the image of 2006 behind. "You've made your choice," the conductor said. "Now we shall see where it leads you." The train accelerated, faster than before, the darkness outside the windows absolute now. The few remaining passengers watched me with new interest, their spectral faces showing something like surprise. "What happens now?" I asked, gripping my seat as the train swayed violently around a curve. "Now," said the conductor, his voice echoing strangely, "we reach your true destination." The train began to slow once more. Through the windows, light gradually appeared, not the artificial fluorescence of a station, but a warm, golden glow that filled the car. "Last stop," announced the conductor. "Everybody out." The train doors opened onto blinding white light. I shielded my eyes, unable to make out what lay beyond. "Go on," the conductor urged, standing beside me. "This is your stop." I hesitated at the threshold. "What is this place?" "That depends entirely on you," he replied cryptically. "The last station is different for everyone." With no other choice, I stepped off the train, expecting my foot to land on a solid platform. Instead, I felt nothing. I was standing on what appeared to be light itself, a floor of pure radiance that somehow supported my weight. As my eyes adjusted, the brightness resolved into a vast, empty space that seemed to stretch infinitely in all directions. No walls, no ceiling, just an endless expanse of gentle, pulsing light. And yet, despite the apparent emptiness, I had the distinct impression I wasn't alone. The train doors closed behind me. When I turned to look back, the entire train had vanished, leaving me completely isolated in this strange liminal space. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding oddly flat, as if the acoustics here followed different laws of physics. No one answered, but the quality of the light shifted subtly, concentrating in front of me. Gradually, it took shape, not solid, but a suggestion of form. A human silhouette composed of golden particles that swirled and danced within its outline. "Michael Harlow," said a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Unlike the conductor's unstable tones, this voice was warm, comforting, and strangely familiar. "You've taken quite the journey to reach us." "Us?" I asked, looking around. "Who are you? What is this place?" The light figure gestured, and suddenly the empty space was filled with images, fleeting snapshots from my life, playing out around me like three-dimensional projections. My childhood home, my parents' faces, my college graduation, my first day at the hospital. Hundreds of moments, some significant, others seemingly mundane, all swirling around me in a dizzying kaleidoscope of memory. We are the custodians, the figure explained. We maintain the boundaries between worlds. The conductor serves us, guiding souls to their proper destinations. And this place, this is the junction. The crossroads where paths are chosen. The images coalesced into a single scene, Riverside Station as I had first encountered it that night, empty and waiting. I don't understand, I said, watching my own ghostly image descend the stairs in the projection. Why am I here? The conductor said I wasn't dead. Not in the conventional sense, the light figure agreed. Your physical body remains intact. But your soul wandered into a realm it shouldn't have. A rare occurrence, but not unprecedented. The figure moved closer, its amorphous form rippling with energy. You see, Michael, certain places in your world exist as thin points, areas where the veil between realms can be penetrated under specific conditions. Riverside Station is one such place, particularly at 11:50 p.m. when the last train departs. But why me? Why tonight? The figure waved a luminous hand, and the projection shifted to show me working at the hospital earlier that day. I watched myself tend to an elderly patient who had suffered a cardiac arrest. Despite our best efforts, we had lost him. You touched death today, the figure explained. You stood at its threshold, felt its presence as your patient passed. It left a mark on you, a temporary sensitivity to the spaces between worlds. When you entered the station at exactly the right moment, that sensitivity allowed you to perceive what others cannot. The realization dawned on me. The empty train, the ghosts, they've always been there? Always, the figure confirmed. Moving between stations, between worlds. Most humans pass by unaware. But occasionally, someone like you glimpses the truth. I thought back to the names on the tunnel walls, the phantom commuters. Those others who saw, what happened to them? The light figure dimmed slightly. Some chose to board the train and continue to whatever lay beyond. Others. The figure gestured, and I saw images of people wandering endlessly through shadowy versions of the station, lost between worlds. Others refused to make any choice at all, and so became trapped in the limbo you witnessed. And what about the conductor's offer? I asked. Was it real? Could I really have returned by condemning Jennifer Miles? The conductor's offer was a test, the figure replied. Had you chosen to sacrifice another for your own sake, you would indeed have returned, but corrupted, forever marked by your choice. The living would sense something wrong about you, though they wouldn't know what. You would walk among them as a partial phantom yourself, never truly belonging again. Relief washed over me. I had made the right choice, even not knowing the consequences. So what happens now? I asked. You said this is where paths are chosen. What are my options? The figure expanded, the light intensifying around us. You demonstrated compassion when tempted with self-preservation. You chose to accept your fate rather than harm another. Such choices matter in the cosmic balance. 3 doorways of light appeared before me, each a different color, one blue, one golden, one white. You have 3 paths, the figure explained. Through the blue door, you may return to your life as it was. You would awaken on the platform, remembering this as nothing more than a strange dream. Your sensitivity to the spaces between would fade, and you would continue your existence unaware of what lies beyond. I stared at the blue door, tempted by its simplicity. To return to normal life, to forget all this strangeness, it was appealing. The golden door, the figure continued, leads to a new life. Not your own, but one we would create for you in another time, another place. A fresh start, with no memory of your former existence or this encounter. A second chance to live differently. That option made me uneasy, to abandon my identity, my memories, everything that made me who I was. And the white door? I asked hesitantly. The figure's light pulsed gently. The white door leads onward to what humans call the afterlife, though it is far more complex than your mythologies suggest. Though your body still lives, you could choose to sever that connection and continue to what waits beyond. Many who glimpse this realm find they no longer wish to return to the limitations of physical existence. I considered each option carefully. Return to my life. Start anew. Or move on entirely. None felt entirely right or wrong. Before you choose, the figure said, there is one more thing you should know. Those who return after glimpsing our realm often find they retain abilities. A continued sensitivity to the spaces between. The ability to see those who are trapped, to help guide them. To serve as a beacon for lost souls. You mean I could help others who are caught between worlds? Like the phantom commuters? Yes. Though it would not be without cost. You would live with one foot in each realm, never fully belonging to either. You would see things others cannot, know truths others deny. It can be a lonely existence. I thought about my life, my work at the hospital, trying to save lives, often failing. Perhaps this was another way to help, to heal those already beyond physical medicine's reach. I choose the blue door, I said finally. I want to return to my life, but I want to remember. I want to help if I can. The figure seemed to nod, though its amorphous form made it hard to tell. A difficult path, but a worthy one. Very well, Michael Harlow. Return with your knowledge. Use it wisely. The blue door expanded before me, filling my vision. As I stepped toward it, the figure spoke one last time. Remember, the last train always arrives at 11:50. For those caught between worlds, you may be their only guide. Their only way home. I stepped through the blue door, and everything went white. I woke with a gasp, lying flat on my back on the cold platform of Riverside Station. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, harsh after the ethereal glow of the junction. I sat up slowly, checking my watch, 12:32 a.m. Only minutes had passed in the real world. The station was empty, normal. No phantoms, no mysterious train, no sense of distortion or wrongness. Had it all been a dream? But as I stood, brushing myself off, I noticed something on the ground beside me, a conductor's cap, old-fashioned and covered in dust, as if it had been there for decades. When I picked it up, it felt unnaturally cold against my skin. I looked up at the digital display. The next train wouldn't arrive until 5:15 a.m., the first of the morning service. I had hours to wait. Or I could leave, find a taxi, go home and try to forget this bizarre experience. Instead, I found myself walking to a bench, sitting down with the conductor's cap in my hands. Something told me I should wait, that perhaps someone else might stumble into the station tonight, someone lost between worlds who needed guidance. And as I waited, I began to see them, faint at first, then clearer. The phantom commuters, going about their eternal routines. But now, Occasionally, one would pause and look directly at me, recognition dawning on their blurred features. They could see me, and I could see them. I wasn't sure what would happen next, how I could help these lost souls find their way. But I knew I had been given this ability for a reason. The custodians had chosen me as a guide, a lighthouse for those adrift in the spaces between. So I settled in to wait, watching the shadows move across the empty platform, listening for whispers that might lead me to those in need of help. And somewhere in the tunnels below, I could hear the distant rumble of a train approaching, a train that wouldn't appear on any schedule, making stops that existed outside of time. The last train, always arriving at 11:50. Always waiting for passengers who had lost their way. Always ready to carry them to their final destination. I clutched the conductor's cap a little tighter and prepared for my new role in a world far stranger than I had ever imagined, a world where the barriers between life and death were thin, where lost souls wandered endlessly, and where even the most mundane journey could lead somewhere unexpected. The Riverside station would never look the same to me again, and neither would the passengers who passed through it, some visible only to my newly awakened eyes. I was no longer just Michael Harlow, hospital worker. I was something more now, a guide, a witness, a keeper of the thin places. And somewhere in the darkness, I knew the conductor was watching, waiting to see how I would use this gift, or this curse. The clock on the wall ticked steadily toward morning, each second bringing the living world closer to waking. But for me, a new kind of night had just begun, an endless watch for those caught between stations, between worlds. For the ghosts in the empty metro. Have you ever felt like the world you know is just a thin veneer, ready to tear at any moment? I never questioned the solidity of reality until that night on Highway 16. The endless stretch of asphalt cutting through the outskirts of Ridgewood seemed ordinary enough, just another lonely road connecting our sprawling metropolis to nowhere in particular. I'd driven it countless times before, usually during rush hour when the lanes were clogged with impatient commuters. But at 3 in the morning, it transformed into something else entirely. My name is Daniel Mercer, 36, insurance adjuster, divorced, and perpetually running late. That night was no exception. I'd stayed too long at my brother's engagement party, nursing a single whiskey while watching happier people celebrate. By the time I left, the suburban streets were empty, and a light fog was creeping across the valley. My Audi purred contentedly as I merged onto the highway. The dashboard clock glowed an accusatory 3:17. I had an early meeting with clients in the morning, and my eyelids were already growing heavy. The radio played softly, some late-night talk show discussing conspiracy theories that seemed perfectly suited to the emptiness surrounding me. That's when I first noticed it, a set of headlights in my rearview mirror, just bright enough to be irritating. "Great," I muttered, adjusting the mirror. The car behind me was keeping pace, maintaining the same distance regardless of my speed. I couldn't make out the model or even the color in the darkness, just those persistent headlights. I tapped my brakes slightly, hoping the driver would take the hint and pass me. The empty highway had 4 lanes, there was no reason to tailgate. But the car remained fixed behind me, like we were tethered together. Something about this behavior made the hair on my arms stand up. A slight chill penetrated the warmth of the car's heating system. I increased my speed to 70, then 75. The car matched me perfectly. 80. Still there. 85. Not a single mile per hour difference in our speeds. The radio signal began to deteriorate, the conspiracy theorist's voice breaking into static. I reached to change the station, but every frequency offered the same white noise punctuated by fragments of voices. I snapped it off, preferring silence to the unsettling interference. That's when I heard it, a low, rhythmic thrumming that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. At first, I thought it was my own engine, but the sound had an unusual quality to it, almost like a heartbeat but mechanical and strangely alive. I glanced at my dashboard. Everything appeared normal. The engine temperature was steady, oil pressure stable. Yet the sound grew louder, pulsing through the car's interior with increasing urgency. My rearview mirror caught my attention again. The headlights behind me had changed. They were no longer the standard white-yellow of normal cars. They had taken on a bluish tint that seemed to waver and stretch, like light seen through water. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles widening. The rational part of my brain offered explanations. I was tired, the fog was playing tricks with the light, the sound was just a peculiarity of the road's surface. But deeper instincts, the ones that kept our ancestors alive in the dark, were screaming warnings. The sound intensified, transforming from a thrumming into something more deliberate, almost like words spoken in a language just beyond comprehension. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and a cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I pressed harder on the accelerator. 90 miles per hour now. The empty highway stretched before me, disappearing into darkness beyond my headlights' reach. The exit for Weldon Road was coming up, the last one for 20 miles. I decided to take it, to get off this highway and away from whatever was behind me. The exit ramp appeared ahead, illuminated by a single flickering streetlight. I signaled, a ridiculous adherence to traffic rules given the circumstances, and veered toward the exit. In my mirror, the headlights swerved with me. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was no coincidence. Whatever this was, it was following me intentionally. As I took the curve of the exit ramp, my tires squealed in protest. The sound from behind grew louder, no longer just a mechanical vibration but a wail that made my fillings ache. The exit led to a two-lane road flanked by dense woods. No streetlights here, no buildings, no signs of civilization. Just trees looming like sentinels on either side. The perfect setting for something terrible to happen. The bluish headlights were so close now that they filled my car with an unnatural glow. The interior of my Audi looked alien and wrong in that light, familiar shapes transformed into threatening shadows. I fumbled for my phone, thinking to call someone. 911? My brother? What would I even say? I'm being followed by a strange car with blue headlights and it's making weird noises. But it didn't matter, my phone showed no signal, just an empty bar where reception should have been. The wailing sound peaked, becoming almost unbearable. Something was very wrong with the air inside my car. It felt thick, resistant, as if gravity itself was increasing. Breathing became difficult. My movements turned sluggish, like I was underwater. Through the distortion of the rearview mirror, I finally got a glimpse of what was behind me. It was a car, at least, it had started as one. But what followed me now seemed to flicker between solid form and something else, something that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Where the windshield should have been was only darkness, with no driver visible. A trail of luminescent fluid marked the road behind it, not oil or gasoline, but something that glowed with the same eerie blue light as the headlights. It sizzled where it touched the asphalt, leaving strange symbols that remained for moments before fading. I looked back to the road ahead just in time to see a sharp curve approaching. My slowed reactions made it impossible to take the turn properly. I yanked the wheel desperately, feeling the car slide toward the edge of the road. The last thing I remember is the guardrail approaching, the sound reaching an impossible pitch, and the blue light engulfing everything, including me. When consciousness returned, the first thing I noticed was silence. The absolute absence of sound felt more unnatural than the wailing that had preceded it. My eyes fluttered open to see my car's airbag deflated against the steering wheel, dusted with the white powder of deployment. The windshield was intact, surprisingly. According to the dashboard clock, only 7 minutes had passed. I unbuckled my seatbelt with trembling fingers and pushed open the driver's door. The metal creaked in protest, but opened. My legs felt weak as I stepped onto the asphalt, expecting to see damage to my car, the guardrail, something to confirm what had happened. But there was nothing. No dent in the guardrail. No skid marks on the road. My Audi was perfectly parked on the shoulder, as if I'd carefully pulled over for a rest. What the hell? I whispered, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness. The woods around me were unnaturally quiet, no insects chirping, no rustling leaves, no distant traffic sounds. Just a perfect, complete silence that pressed against my eardrums like a physical force. I turned in a slow circle, looking for the car that had followed me. The road stretched empty in both directions, vanishing into darkness. But something caught my eye on the asphalt, a glistening trail of fluid that seemed to absorb rather than reflect the moonlight. It wasn't the glowing blue substance I remembered, but something darker, like oil but wrong somehow. I knelt to look closer, but stopped short of touching it. The substance seemed to move slightly, as if responding to my proximity. The smell hit me then, a sharp, metallic odor mixed with something sweeter, like burning sugar. It reminded me of summer lightning storms, that distinctive scent of ozone that fills the air when electricity tears through it. My phone still showed no signal, but the screen illuminated, showing 3:24 a.m. Only 7 minutes lost. It felt impossible. The experience had seemed so much longer. I stood up, brushing dirt from my knees, and noticed something else. The temperature had dropped dramatically. My breath fogged in front of my face, though it had been a mild night before. The cold had a biting quality that went beyond normal autumn chill, seeping through my clothes and into my bones. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded flat, without echo, as if the air itself was absorbing the sound waves. "Is anyone there?" No response. Not even the expected silence that follows a question asked of emptiness. Instead, there was the same pressing absence of sound, as if all possibility of noise had been vacuumed away. I returned to my car, intent on driving away from this place as quickly as possible. The key turned in the ignition, but the engine didn't catch. The dashboard lights flickered weakly, then died altogether. Battery dead. Impossible for a 3-year-old Audi with perfect maintenance. "Don't panic," I told myself. "This is just a mechanical issue. Cars break down all the time." But even as I repeated these reassurances, I knew this was something else entirely. Something had happened on that road, something my rational mind struggled to process. I tried my phone again, hoping for even a single bar of reception. Nothing. However, the flashlight function still worked, and I used it to illuminate the area around my car. The beam caught something reflective in the trees about 50 feet from the road, a metallic gleam that didn't belong among the organic shapes of the forest. Curiosity overcame my fear. I began walking toward it, sweeping my phone's light across the ground to avoid tripping over roots. As I approached, the metallic object took shape, a side view mirror, attached to nothing, suspended in midair about 5 feet off the ground. It rotated slowly, as if mounted on an invisible axis. I stopped, frozen in disbelief. The mirror was perfectly ordinary, the kind you'd see on any modern car. but it hung in empty space, defying gravity and logic. "This isn't happening," I said aloud, my voice still deadened by the strange acoustics of the place. As if in response to my words, the mirror rotated toward me. In its reflection, I saw not myself, but the interior of a car. Not my Audi, but something older, with worn leather seats and an analog dashboard. Behind the wheel sat a figure, hazy and indistinct, but unmistakably human. I jerked backward, nearly falling over a fallen log. When I looked again, the mirror showed only my own terrified face, illuminated by my phone's flashlight. The smell of ozone intensified, and a low humming began, not unlike the sound I'd heard on the highway, but quieter, more distant. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, vibrating through the soles of my shoes. Something moved in my peripheral vision, a shimmer in the air about 20 feet to my right. I swung my light toward it, revealing nothing but trees and undergrowth. But the shimmer persisted, like a heat mirage on a summer highway. As I watched, the distortion grew, stretching and warping the space behind it. The humming increased in volume, becoming the same mechanical wail I'd heard before. The air around the shimmer began to glow with that same unearthly blue light. My instincts screamed at me to run, but my body refused to move. I stood transfixed as the shimmer coalesced into something more definite, the outline of a car, but not completely solid. Parts of it seemed to phase in and out of existence, like a bad television signal. It was a classic American muscle car, a 1970-something Dodge Charger, black and chrome, perfectly maintained. Except it wasn't there, not entirely. I could see through parts of it to the trees behind. Other sections were solid, reflecting my flashlight beam. The headlights flickered on, bathing me in that sickening blue glow. The engine revved, a deep, throaty sound that no normal car engine could produce. It was the sound of something vital and hungry. Behind the wheel, I caught a glimpse of a driver, a silhouette with no features, just a darker patch of shadow against the car's ghostly interior. My paralysis broke. I turned and ran blindly back toward the road, branches whipping at my face and arms. Behind me, the engine roared, and the blue light intensified, casting monstrous shadows that moved independently of the objects that should have created them. I burst from the tree line onto the road, gasping for breath. The strange car was nowhere to be seen, but the humming sound persisted, now coming from all directions at once. My own car sat where I'd left it, but something was different. The trail of dark fluid I'd noticed earlier now surrounded it in a perfect circle, glistening wetly in the moonlight. And the Audi itself seemed not quite right. The proportions were slightly off, the angles just a bit too sharp. As I hesitated on the edge of the asphalt, uncertain whether to approach my vehicle, I heard a sound that didn't belong, the crunch of tires on gravel. Headlights appeared around the bend, normal, yellow-white headlights approaching at a moderate speed. Relief flooded through me. Another car, a real one, with a real driver who could help me make sense of what was happening. I stepped onto the road, waving my arms frantically. The approaching car slowed, then stopped about 50 feet away. It was a police cruiser, its roof lights off but the insignia of the Ridgewood Police Department clearly visible on the door. "Thank God," I muttered, walking toward it. The cruiser's door opened, and a figure stepped out, a uniformed officer, their face shadowed by the brim of their hat. "Officer," I called. "You have no idea how glad I am to see you. Something strange is happening here." I stopped, the words dying in my throat. As the officer stepped into the moonlight, I saw his face, or rather, the absence of one. Where features should have been was only smooth, blank skin, with no eyes, nose, or mouth. The humming sound peaked, and the blue light returned, streaming from the cruiser's headlights, enveloping both the featureless officer and me in its glow. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The world around me began to distort, shapes stretching and colors bleeding into one another. The last thing I saw before losing consciousness was my own car dissolving into particles of blue light, spinning upward into the night sky like embers from a fire. I woke to the sound of my own name. Daniel? Can you hear me, Daniel? The voice was female, unfamiliar, and tinged with concern. I opened my eyes to bright fluorescent lights and white ceiling tiles. The antiseptic smell told me I was in a hospital before I even saw the floor in my arm or the monitoring equipment beside the bed. A woman in a white coat stood over me, clipboard in hand. Dr. Eleanor Wells, according to her name tag. Mid-40s, with graying hair pulled back in a severe bun and glasses perched on her nose. "Welcome back," she said. "You've been unconscious for almost 18 hours. I tried to sit up, but dizziness forced me back against the pillow. What happened?" My voice sounded raspy and used. "Highway Patrol found you on the side of Route 16 early yesterday morning. Your car was nowhere to be found." Dr. Wells checked something on the monitor beside my bed. "You were suffering from exposure and displaying symptoms similar to radiation sickness, but we can't identify any known radiation source." I closed my eyes, trying to organize my scattered memories. The highway. The strange car with blue headlights. The floating mirror. The faceless police officer. "My car, it disappeared," I said, knowing how crazy it sounded. Dr. Wells's expression remained professionally neutral. "The police are treating it as a possible carjacking. They think you may have been drugged, which could explain your disorientation and memory fragmentation." "I wasn't drugged," I insisted, with more force than intended. "Something happened on that road. Something impossible." She made a note on her clipboard. "Daniel, you experienced significant trauma. It's normal for the mind to create narratives to make sense of chaotic events." I wanted to argue further, but exhaustion pulled at me. Whatever had happened had drained me physically in ways I couldn't understand. "Your brother has been here several times," Dr. Wells continued. "He's bringing you some clothes when you're ready to be discharged. We'd like to keep you under observation until tomorrow morning, just to be safe." After she left, I lay staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that she was right, that I'd been attacked, drugged, my car stolen. That everything else was hallucination, a story my brain had constructed to fill in the gaps. It was the rational explanation. But I couldn't shake the memory of that blue light, the mechanical wailing, the faceless officer. They felt too real, too specific to be fabrications. My brother Michael arrived an hour later, concern etched across his features. He tried to keep the conversation light, talking about his upcoming wedding plans and work gossip, carefully avoiding what had happened. I let him ramble, grateful for the normalcy. When he finally broached the subject, his approach was gentle but skeptical. "The police think someone might have slipped something into your drink at the party," he said. "Did you leave your whiskey unattended at any point?" I sighed. "I wasn't drugged, Mike." He shifted uncomfortably in the visitor's chair. "Then what happened?" "Your car is gone. You were found miles from where you say you pulled over, and you have burns on your arms that doctors can't identify." I looked down at my forearms, noticing for the first time the strange marks circling both wrists, perfect rings of reddened skin, like burns from a hot metal band. They didn't hurt, but they pulsed faintly in time with my heartbeat. "I don't know what happened," I admitted. "But it wasn't a carjacking." Michael leaned forward, lowering his voice even though we were alone in the room. What do you remember? I told him everything, the falling car, the strange sounds, the trip into the woods, the ghostly muscle car, the faceless officer. He listened without interrupting, his expression growing more troubled with each detail. When I finished, he was silent for a long moment. Then he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out his phone. I didn't want to show you this until you were stronger, but you need to see it. He pulled up a news article and handed me the phone. The headline read, "Third mysterious disappearance on Highway 16 prompts investigation." The article described 2 previous incidents in the past month, drivers who had vanished along the same stretch of highway, their cars found abandoned with engines still running. In both cases, witnesses reported seeing unusual blue lights in the area shortly before the disappearances. "You're the first one to come back," Michael said quietly. I felt the blood drain from my face. The others? No trace. They're just gone. I handed back the phone, my hand trembling slightly. I need to get out of here. Today. The doctors want to. I can't stay here, I insisted. I need to go back to that road. There's something there, something that connects to what happened to me, to those other people. Michael's expression hardened. Absolutely not. Whatever happened out there nearly killed you. But I survived, I pointed out. I came back. Maybe I can figure out why. Maybe I can help find the others. You're not thinking clearly, he said. You need rest, time to recover. I didn't argue further, but I'd already made up my mind. As soon as Michael left, promising to return in the morning with clothes for my discharge, I disconnected the 4M monitoring equipment, triggering alarms that brought nurses running. Dr. Wells was summoned, her disapproval evident. "This is against medical advice, Mr. Mercer." "I understand," I said, already pulling on the hospital gown. "I'll sign whatever forms you need me to." After an hour of paperwork and stern warnings, I was free. With no car, phone, or wallet, I was forced to call a rideshare using a nurse's phone. The driver gave me odd looks as I directed him to drop me off along Highway 16, near where I'd been found. It was late afternoon by the time I stood once more on the shoulder of the highway, cars occasionally rushing past. The spot looked ordinary in daylight, just another stretch of road flanked by woods. No sign of the strange events I'd experienced, no lingering blue light or mysterious fluids. I walked along the shoulder, scanning the ground for any evidence. After about half a mile, I found it, a small patch of blackened asphalt, as if something extremely hot had melted the surface. Around the edges of the burn mark were symbols similar to those I'd seen trailing behind the ghost car, now permanently etched into the road. I knelt to examine them closer. They resembled no alphabet I recognized, yet they conveyed a sense of meaning, of intention. As I traced one symbol with my finger, the burn marks on my wrists began to throb painfully. A sudden gust of wind chilled me, and I looked up to find the sky darkening rapidly. Not with normal storm clouds, but with swirling patterns of deep indigo and purple. The air pressure changed, my ears popping painfully. Traffic on the highway had stopped. Looking back, I saw cars frozen in place, their occupants motionless, as if time itself had paused for everyone but me. The familiar humming began, distant at first but growing louder. The symbols beneath my fingers started to glow with that same eerie blue light. My wrist burns responded, illuminating with matching luminescence. I stood, heart pounding, as the air before me shimmered and distorted. The outline of a vehicle began to take shape, not the muscle car from the woods, but something else. My Audi, or what had once been my Audi, now transformed into something that hurt to look at directly. Its contours bent in ways that shouldn't be possible, angles that violated the laws of geometry. The driver's door opened, though no one was inside. The humming reached a crescendo, forming patterns that almost resembled words. Get in. The thought appeared in my mind, not as my own, but as if placed there by an external force. Who are you? I called out. What do you want from me? The humming modulated, becoming more complex. Between. You crossed. Now bridge. The meaning was fragmented, like a badly translated foreign language. But the intent was clear enough. Whatever had happened that night, I had crossed some boundary, become something different. The pain in my wrists intensified. I looked down to see the burn marks expanding, the glowing circles spreading up my arms in intricate patterns that matched the symbols on the road. The not quite my Audi revved its engine, the sound reverberating in my chest cavity like bass turned too high. The open door was an invitation, or perhaps a demand. Every instinct screamed danger. But deeper than fear was curiosity, the need to understand what had happened to me, what might have happened to the others who disappeared. As I hesitated, a new sound cut through the humming sirens. Somehow, police cars were approaching, their lights visible in the distance despite the frozen traffic. They shouldn't have been able to move in this frozen moment, but they were coming, fast. The humming grew urgent. Now or never. My decision made itself. I stepped forward, sliding into the driver's seat of the thing that had once been my car. The door closed on its own, sealing with a hiss of pressurization. The interior was familiar yet wrong. The seats, steering wheel, and dashboard were where they should be, but distorted, stretched in impossible ways. There was no key in the ignition, no button to press. But as I placed my hands on the steering wheel, the glowing marks on my arms flared brightly, and the engine roared to life. The sound wasn't mechanical anymore, but almost organic, like the breathing of some enormous creature. Through the windshield, I saw the police cars arrive, officers emerging with weapons drawn. But they moved as if through molasses, slow-motion figures in a world that operated at a different speed than mine. The car, my car, but not my car, began to move forward of its own accord. The steering wheel turned beneath my hands, though I wasn't controlling it. We accelerated onto the highway, passing between the frozen vehicles with impossible precision. The speedometer climbed 60, 70, 80 miles per hour, but the frozen world outside the windows contradicted the feeling of movement. It was as if we were stationary and the world was flowing past us, reality itself peeling away like layers of an onion. The humming formed words again, more distinct this time. You are the bridge between worlds. You belong to both now. The others, I said aloud, surprised that my voice worked in this strange environment. The other disappearances. Where are they? Gone further. Too far to return. But I came back. Why? The car swerved suddenly, cutting across all lanes of traffic toward an exit ramp I didn't recognize. The world outside the windows began to blur, colors smearing like wet paint. The humming grew louder, painful now, drilling into my skull. Not back. Never back. Forward only. You are changed. As we took the exit ramp, reality itself seemed to bend around us. The road ahead stretched impossibly long, then compressed to a single point of blinding blue light. We were accelerating toward it at terrifying speed. Stop! I shouted, trying to wrench my hands from the steering wheel. But they were fused to it now, the glowing patterns on my arms having spread to the wheel itself, binding us together. The point of light expanded, consuming the world, consuming me. My last conscious thought was that I wasn't escaping, I was being taken. And whatever lay beyond that light, it wasn't home. Light fragmented into 1,000 shards, piercing my consciousness like glass splinters. I gasped, lungs filling with air that tasted wrong, too thick, too rich in oxygen, making me lightheaded. My hands, finally free from the steering wheel, trembled as I raised them to my face. The glowing patterns had stabilized, no longer spreading but permanently etched into my skin like luminescent tattoos. They pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat, a gentle blue glow that provided the only illumination in the darkness. I was still in the driver's seat of what had once been my Audi, but the car had changed again. The interior now resembled the cockpit of an aircraft, with displays and controls that responded to my thoughts rather than physical interaction. Outside the windows, if they could still be called windows, was not the highway or woods, but a vast expanse of nothingness. Not darkness, exactly. More like the absence of space itself. No stars, no ground, no horizon. Just an endless void that somehow felt more solid than empty. Movement caught my eye, shapes swimming through the void like fish in black water. As I focused on them, they darted away, leading trails of blue light similar to the markings on my arms. The humming returned, but now I recognized it as language, the native communication of this place, whatever it was. Welcome, Bridge. The words formed in my mind, clearer now that I was wherever I was. Who are you? I asked, my voice sounding flat and dimensionless in the cockpit. We are travelers. You would say, between space dwellers. Where am I? The seam. The space between realities. Neither your world nor ours. A crossing point. I tried to process this, my rational mind struggling with concepts it had no framework to understand. Am I dead? A sensation that might have been laughter rippled through the humming. Not dead. Changed. Your vehicle crossed accidentally. You absorbed the energies. Became compatible with both sides. I remembered the night on the highway, the strange car following me, the crash that wasn't a crash. The others who disappeared, are they here too? Some passed through. Others became part of the scene. Their vehicles serve us now. The implications chilled me. Serve you? How? We cannot exist in your reality without vessels. Cars are perfect energy, motion, metal barriers against your atmosphere. You are possessing cars? Why? Exploration. Study. Your world is young, vibrant, full of energy we can harvest. The shapes in the void moved closer, resolving into forms that resembled vehicles, but twisted and changed to accommodate the physics of this place. I recognized a school bus, its yellow paintwork now glowing blue, stretched and distorted like a funhouse mirror reflection. Beside it floated what might once have been a delivery truck, its cargo area open to reveal swirling energies within. The blue lights people reported, that was you? Our energy signature in your atmosphere. Unavoidable leakage. I thought of the faceless police officer, the floating mirror in the woods. You can create illusions in our world? Not illusions. Partial manifestations. Limited by available energy. My mind raced, connections forming. The trail behind the cars, the fluid. Dimensional residue. The substance that allows crossing. Something moved in the void directly ahead, a massive shape, dwarfing the vehicle things that surrounded us. As it approached, I realized it was a car, but one of impossible proportions, a classic Cadillac stretched to the size of a building, its chrome surfaces rippling with blue electricity. This was no converted Earth vehicle, but something native to this place that had adopted the form of a car, like a god choosing an avatar. "The Elder comes," the humming voice warned. "It will want to examine you." "Examine me how?" I asked, fear gnawing at my composure. "You are unique. A human who can cross but maintain form. A bridge entity." Before I could ask more questions, the giant Cadillac thing was upon us. It engulfed my vehicle completely, swallowing us into an interior space that defied comprehension, a cathedral-sized chamber with walls of pulsing blue circuitry and floors that seemed to be made of flowing mercury. My car cockpit dissolved around me, leaving me floating in this enormous space. The markings on my arms flared painfully bright, and I felt a presence enter my mind, vast, ancient, and utterly alien. "Bridge," it communicated, the force of its thoughts nearly overwhelming me. "You will serve." "Serve how?" I managed to ask, my actual voice lost in the immensity of the chamber. Images flooded my consciousness, my car, driven by me but not me, cruising the highways of Earth. Blue lights spilling from the headlights, seeking other vehicles. The strange fluid leaking from the tailpipe, creating crossing points. Humans, confused and terrified, being drawn into the scene. "You're creating an invasion force," I realized aloud. "Harvesting," the entity corrected. "Your kind has energy we need. Your vehicles are perfect vessels." "And what happens to the humans you take?" In response, the entity showed me a nightmarish vision, people suspended in tanks of glowing blue fluid, energy being systematically extracted from them until nothing remained but husks. These husks were then repurposed, animated by the alien energy to serve as drivers for the converted vehicles, creating the illusion of normalcy to lure more victims. The faceless police officer, now I understood. It had once been human. Horror and revulsion surged through me. "I won't help you do this." "Not your choice, Bridge." Tendrils of blue energy shot from the walls, wrapping around my limbs. The glowing patterns on my arms responded, expanding to cover more of my skin. Pain lanced through me as the entity attempted to override my will, to reshape me into its servant. But something unexpected happened. Where the alien energy touched the patterns on my skin, there was resistance, a spark of conflict between forces. The markings had changed me, yes, but they had also become part of me, responding to my humanity as much as to the alien influence. I concentrated, focusing my will on the patterns. They brightened, shifting from blue to a fierce white gold. The alien tendrils recoiled as if burned. "Impossible," the entity thundered in my mind. "You are Bridge. You must serve." "I am human," I said, my voice finding strength in this impossible place. "And I choose what I become." The white gold light spread from my arms, forming a protective sphere around me. Within this bubble, Earth physics reasserted themselves. Gravity returned, dropping me to what now felt like a solid floor. The overwhelming presence of the entity receded, pushed back by the boundary of human reality I was somehow projecting. "You cannot escape," the entity warned. "You are between. Nowhere to go." But I knew that wasn't true. I had crossed once by accident. The knowledge of how to do so again was written in the patterns on my skin, in the changes to my perception. I could feel the thinness of reality around me, the places where it might tear with the right application of will. I closed my eyes, concentrating on memory, the feel of asphalt beneath tires, the smell of exhaust and forest, the solidity of the world I knew. The golden sphere around me pulsed, then expanded explosively. The chamber collapsed inward, reality fragmenting into kaleidoscopic shards. I was falling, tumbling through layers of existence, each one more solid than the last. The golden light from my skin carved a path through the void, burning away the alien influence with each passing moment. My consciousness flickered. 1 second I was formless energy spiraling through the scene, the next I was corporeal again, my body reassembling atom by atom. The process was excruciating, like being forced through the eye of a needle while fully aware. I felt gravity return with crushing force. The ground materialized beneath me, solid, real asphalt. The smell of burned rubber and ozone filled my nostrils as I gasped for breath, sweet earth oxygen flooding my lungs. Night air kissed my skin, cool and welcoming. Stars, actual stars, not void swimming entities, glittered overhead. Highway 16. I was back. I lay on the shoulder of the road, traffic passing normally, drivers oblivious to the man who had just fallen from another dimension. My body ached, every cell feeling displaced and then hastily reassembled. But I was whole. I was human. Almost. The markings on my arms remained, though they no longer glowed with alien light. Instead, they had settled into what looked like intricate tattoos, silvery white patterns that caught moonlight in strange ways. I could feel the power dormant within them, the connection to the scene still present but contained, controlled. A horn blared as a truck swerved slightly to avoid something in the road. I turned to look and froze. My Audi sat on the shoulder 20 feet away, engine idling, headlights illuminating the night with perfectly normal white-yellow light. It appeared completely ordinary, no distortions, no alien modifications, just a 3-year-old luxury sedan with good maintenance. But I knew better. I approached cautiously, every sense heightened. The car remained still, unthreatening. Through the windows, I could see the familiar interior, leather seats, analog dashboard, nothing out of place. Yet something had changed fundamentally about it. Like me, it had been between worlds and returned transformed. The driver's door opened at my approach, though I hadn't touched it. A gentle hum emanated from the vehicle, not the alien language of the travelers, but the simple electronic systems of an Earth car. Yet there was recognition in that sound, an awareness that hadn't existed before. Are you still connected to them? I asked aloud, feeling only slightly ridiculous talking to my car. The dashboard lights flickered once in response, communication simple but unmistakable. No longer. We are changed. The thought appeared in my mind, not invasive like the traveler's communication, but gentle, almost tentative. I slid into the driver's seat, half expecting tendrils of alien energy to bind me in place. Instead, the leather welcomed me with familiar comfort. The door closed softly behind me. What happened? How did we escape? I asked. The radio turned on, cycling through stations until it found fragments of speech that, pieced together, formed a response. You broke their hold. Your humanity, too strong. We followed. I placed my hands on the steering wheel, the markings on my forearms tingling with recognition. Through them, I sensed the car's altered state, no longer merely a machine, but not fully sentient either. Something in between, like me. The others, I said. The people they took. Can we help them? The GPS screen flickered to life, displaying a map of the regional highway system. Blue dots appeared at various points along Highway 16 and connecting roads, 7 in total. 7 others? Still in the scene? The radio crackled, Yes, trapped, but alive. Can we get them back? Bridge, you are Bridge. I understood then. What the travelers had intended as a tool for invasion, I could use as a rescue mechanism. The markings on my arms weren't just scars of my experience, they were keys, allowing me to move between realities while maintaining my human essence. And my car, transformed by the same journey, would be my vessel. They'll try to stop us, I said, a statement rather than a question. The engine revved in response, a sound of determination that needed no translation. I gripped the steering wheel firmly, feeling the connection between us strengthen. The markings on my arms began to glow faintly, not with the alien blue light but with the white gold radiance of human defiance. Then let's go get them, I said, shifting into drive. All of them. As we pulled onto Highway 16, I caught a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. My eyes had changed, flecks of gold now swimming in their depths, another mark of my journey. But behind that otherworldly gleam was something the travelers could never understand or conquer, human resolve. The road stretched before us, ordinary asphalt leading to extraordinary destinations. Somewhere along this highway, reality grew thin enough to tear. And I was now the one who could navigate those tears. I was Daniel Mercer, 36, insurance adjuster, divorced, and now Bridge, the man with the car that transcended worlds, on a mission to rescue those lost in the spaces between. The headlights cut through the darkness ahead, illuminating a future I could never have imagined. And for the first time since that fateful night, I smiled. The hunt had begun. I'll create a horror story in English with 5 chapters as requested. The story will follow your structural guidelines with the title Night Pass and incorporate the elements of rural horror, time mysticism, and supernatural themes. What if the mountains remember us long after we've forgotten them? The thought came to me unbidden as I stared up at the jagged silhouette of Black Ridge Pass against the fading twilight. Our hiking group of 5 had pushed harder than planned today, determined to reach the mountain shelter before nightfall. The late October air bit at my exposed skin with increasing sharpness as the sun disappeared behind the peaks. We should have reached the shelter by now, Jack, Emma said, her breath forming small clouds in the cooling air. Her usually confident voice carried an edge of concern that made my stomach tighten. As the most experienced climber among us, Emma rarely showed worry. I checked my GPS again, the blue dot of our position blinking stubbornly in a spot that shouldn't exist, a blank area between marked trails. Something's not right. According to this, we're off trail by about half a mile. Mike, our resident skeptic and Emma's boyfriend, peered over my shoulder. Technology fails up here all the time. Trust the compass. He pulled out his old-fashioned metal compass, then frowned as the needles spun wildly, settling nowhere. That's weird. The twins, Dylan and Lisa, had been quiet for the past hour, conserving energy for the final push. Now Dylan spoke up, pointing to a narrow path veering east. There's a trail marker over there. Looks old, but it might lead to the shelter. I squinted in the dimming light and saw it, a weathered wooden post with faded markings. As we approached, I noticed strange symbols carved into its base, resembling no hiking notation I'd ever seen. Complex spirals and jagged lines formed patterns that seemed to shift if I looked at them too long. These don't look like standard trail markers, I said, running my fingers over the carvings. Though it felt unnaturally cold beneath my touch. They're probably just old, Mike said dismissively. The Forest Service hasn't updated trails in this section for decades. Emma examined the markings with a frown. I don't like this. These don't look official at all. She glanced up at the rapidly darkening sky. But we don't have much choice. It'll be pitch black in 30 minutes. As we followed the unmarked path, the familiar sounds of the forest, bird calls, rustling leaves, the occasional scurrying of small animals, gradually faded into an unsettling silence. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining overhead to block what little light remained in the sky. I switched on my headlamp, and the others followed suit, 5 beams of light cutting through the increasing darkness. Does anyone else feel like we're being watched? Lisa asked quietly, her voice almost a whisper. I had been trying to ignore that exact sensation, a prickling between my shoulder blades, as if unseen eyes were following our every move. I'd attributed it to nerves, to the natural apprehension that comes with being lost in the mountains after dark. But hearing Lisa voice my own unspoken fear sent a chill down my spine. It's just the dark playing tricks, Mike said, but even he sounded uncertain. The path narrowed further, forcing us to walk single file. I took the lead, with Emma close behind, then the twins, and Mike bringing up the rear. The terrain grew steeper, and loose rocks slid underfoot, threatening our balance with each step. My headlamp caught flashes of the same strange symbols from the trail marker, now etched into the rock face beside us. Jack, look, Emma said, pointing to a flat area ahead. I think that's the shelter. Relief washed over me as my light revealed the outline of a small stone structure nestled against the mountainside. We hurried toward it, the promise of shelter from the increasingly cold night spurring us on. But as we drew closer, my relief turned to confusion. This wasn't the modern hiking shelter marked on our maps. Instead, we found an ancient-looking stone cabin with a sagging wooden door. More of the strange symbols were carved around the doorframe, some so deeply etched they seemed to have been made with desperate urgency. This can't be right, I muttered, but the biting wind and exhaustion in my companions' faces made the decision for me. We needed shelter, and this was all we had. I pushed the door open, wincing at the grinding creak of rusted hinges. Our headlamps revealed a single room with a dirt floor, a small stone fireplace, and what looked like sleeping platforms built into the walls. A thick layer of dust covered everything, but there were no cobwebs or signs of animal habitation, strange for a clearly abandoned structure. Most disturbing, though, was what covered the interior walls. Every inch was carved with the same symbols we'd seen outside, thousands of them, creating a dizzying pattern that seemed to ripple and flow in the moving light of our headlamps. What the hell is this place? Dylan whispered, his voice echoing slightly in the stone room. An old shepherd's hut, probably, Mike suggested without conviction. Mountain people can be eccentric. Emma had already begun gathering what looked like decades-old firewood from a pile near the fireplace. Whatever it is, it's shelter. Help me get a fire going. As Mike and Emma worked on the fire, I examined the symbols more closely, trying to make sense of them. They seemed organized in repeating patterns, almost like a language, but unlike anything I recognized. Some symbols looked like crude representations of the human form, but distorted, elongated. The fire finally caught, casting flickering orange light that made the carvings seem to dance across the walls. Outside, the wind had picked up, howling through cracks in the stone and around the ill-fitting door. We huddled together near the fire, eating cold rations from our packs and avoiding discussing our situation too deeply. We were lost, in an unknown shelter, and wouldn't be able to reorient ourselves until morning. As the others prepared their sleeping bags, I stepped outside briefly to relieve myself. The night was moonless, the darkness absolute beyond the small circle of my headlamp. The cold hit me immediately, far more intense than it should have been for October, even at this elevation. That's when I heard it, a sound like stone grinding against stone, coming from somewhere up the mountain. I swung my light in that direction but saw nothing except rocky slopes and scattered pine trees. Just as I was about to turn back to the cabin, my light caught a flash of movement, something pale darting between trees, too quick to identify. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded small against the vastness of the mountain night. No response came, but the feeling of being watched intensified. I hurried back inside, securing the door behind me with a wooden bar that looked centuries old. "Everything okay?" Emma asked, noticing my rushed return. "Fine," I lied. "Just colder than I expected." Later, as the others slept and I stared at the dying embers of our fire, I couldn't shake the memory of that pale flash of movement. Even worse was the growing certainty that the symbols surrounding us weren't random carvings but warnings, messages left by those who had encountered something on this mountain that defied explanation. In the deepest part of that night, I bolted awake from an uneasy sleep, certain I heard someone, or something, whispering my name. The fire had died completely, leaving only the faint glow of moonlight seeping through cracks in the walls. And in that dim light, I could have sworn the symbols on the walls had changed their position since we'd fallen asleep. The morning brought no clarity, only a thick blanket of fog that transformed the world outside our shelter into a ghostly realm of half-seen shapes and muffled sounds. I hadn't mentioned my night terrors to the others, convincing myself it had been nothing more than a dream brought on by exhaustion and our unsettling surroundings. "The GPS still isn't working," Emma announced, tapping at her device in frustration. "And my phone has no signal." "Mine neither," Mike added. "But the fog should burn off by midday. We can follow the trail back down then." Dylan was examining the wall carvings in the harsh light of morning. Without the dancing firelight, they looked even more deliberate, more purposeful. "Has anyone noticed that these symbols form circles? They radiate outward from central points, like... I don't know, like ripples." Lisa stood beside him, tracing one spiral pattern with her finger but careful not to touch the stone. "It reminds me of those time-lapse photos of star movements in the night sky." I joined them, seeing the patterns with fresh eyes. "You're right. They do look like celestial movements." I pointed to one particular grouping. "Look at this. If these are stars, then this larger symbol could represent..." "The moon," Emma finished for me, her scientific curiosity temporarily overriding her practical concerns. "And these lines connecting them could be tracking its path." Mike remained unimpressed. "Great, so we found an old astronomy club hideout. Can we focus on getting back to civilization?" We packed our gear in silence, each lost in private thoughts. Outside, the fog pressed against us like a living thing, cold and clinging. The path we'd followed yesterday was barely visible, a slightly darker line through the gray void. We set off downhill, moving slowly through the murk. The silence was what bothered me most. No birds sang, no insects buzzed, not even the wind made a sound as it moved the fog around us. Just the crunch of our boots on rocky soil and our increasingly labored breathing as anxiety tightened our chests. After what should have been 30 minutes of descent, Emma called a halt. "This isn't right," she said, consulting her compass again. The needle still spun erratically. "We should have reached the main trail by now. Maybe we took a wrong turn in the fog?" Lisa suggested, but we all knew there had been no forks in the path. I pulled out my own map, a paper backup I brought out of old habit. "According to this, the shelter should be here." I pointed to a marked spot, but that stone cabin was nowhere near this location. "If that's the case, I have no idea where we actually are right now." A sound echoed through the fog, then a distant knocking, like stone striking stone. We froze, listening. It came again, rhythmic. 3 quick knocks, a pause, then 2 more. "Hello?" Mike called out. "Is someone there?" The knocking stopped immediately. The silence that followed felt even heavier than before. "Could be other hikers," Dylan suggested, though none of us believed it. We pressed on, moving faster now, eager to escape the fog and the unsettling sounds. The path began to level out, which should have been encouraging, a sign we were nearing the valley floor. But something was wrong. The vegetation was changing, becoming sparser, more stunted, characteristic of higher elevations, not lower ones. "We're going up," Emma said, voicing what we'd all begun to suspect. "Somehow we're climbing, not descending." "That's impossible," Mike snapped, but his voice lacked conviction. "We've been moving downhill this entire time." I checked my altimeter watch, which had been working sporadically since yesterday. It confirmed Emma's assessment. We were now 300 feet higher than when we'd left the cabin. "Let's turn around," I decided. "Go back to the shelter and wait for the fog to clear." No one argued. We turned and began retracing our steps, moving quicker now, our earlier unease blossoming into genuine fear. How could we have been climbing when we'd been so certain we were descending? The knocking sound returned, closer this time. The same pattern, 3 quick strikes, a pause, 2 more. Then again. And again. Like a signal. Or a warning. "There!" Lisa gasped, pointing into the fog. We all turned, headlamps cutting weak paths through the gray murk. At first, I saw nothing. Then, at the very edge of my light's reach, something moved. A figure, tall and unnaturally thin, standing motionless among the twisted pines. It seemed to be watching us, though I could discern no eyes in the pale oval that must have been its face. "Hello?" I called, my voice cracking. "Do you need help?" The figure remained still for a long moment. Then, with a movement too fluid to be human, it retreated into the fog. Not running or walking, but gliding as if it were being pulled backward. "What the hell was that?" Dylan's voice was barely above a whisper. "A hiker," Mike insisted, though he'd gone pale. "Has to be." Emma shook her head. "No gear. No pack. No proper clothing. In this weather?" We quickened our pace, staying closer together now. The knocking continued, changing its pattern. Now it was constant, a rapid staccato that seemed to come from all directions at once. The sound burrowed into my mind, making it hard to think clearly. When the path split before us, a division that absolutely had not been there before, we hesitated. Both routes looked identical, disappearing into the fog. "Left," Emma decided after a moment. "We stick to the left path." We followed her lead, too riled to argue. The knocking grew louder, more insistent. And now other sounds joined it, a high-pitched keening that might have been the wind, though the air around us remained dead still, and what sounded like distant voices, calling words in a language none of us recognized. The fog began to thin slightly, allowing us to see perhaps 20 feet ahead instead of 10. The path led us into a strange rock formation, smooth stone walls rising on either side, forming a natural corridor too regular to be completely natural. More symbols were carved here, but different from those in the cabin. These depicted humanoid figures in various poses of supplication around larger, elongated forms. "Look familiar?" I asked Dylan, remembering his interest in the carvings. He nodded grimly. Same style, different subject. These look like worship scenes. Or sacrifice, Lisa added quietly. The corridor widened into a small clearing, and the fog parted just enough to reveal what lay at its center. A stone circle, perhaps 20 feet in diameter, comprised of standing stones similar to those we'd seen in photos of ancient European monuments. In the center stood a single larger monolith, its surface completely covered in the spiral patterns we'd seen in the cabin. The knocking sound was coming from this central stone, growing louder and more frantic as we approached. We need to go. Now. Emma's voice was tight with fear. This isn't right. As if in response to her words, the knocking stopped abruptly. The silence that followed lasted only seconds before being broken by a new sound, the scrape of stone against stone, coming from the monolith itself. We watched in horrified fascination as a crack appeared in its surface, widening slowly like an opening eye. Inside was only darkness, a void deeper than the stone itself should have allowed for. And then, from that darkness, emerged a hand, pale, elongated, with too many joints in the fingers. It gripped the edge of the opening, pulling as if to widen it further. Run! I shouted, breaking the spell that had frozen us in place. We fled back the way we'd come, no longer caring about direction or logic, driven by pure animal fear. The fog seemed to thin before us, as if clearing a path for our escape. Behind, the scraping sound grew louder, accompanied now by something new, footsteps, heavy and deliberate, pursuing us through the stone corridor. I dared not look back, focusing only on the path ahead and the sound of my companion's panicked breathing. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs threatened to buckle. Only when we burst from the narrow passageway back into the forest did we pause, gasping for air. Did you see? Dylan couldn't finish the question between heaving breaths. Don't talk about it, Emma cut him off. Just keep moving. The fog continued to recede around us, revealing more of our surroundings with each passing minute. The trees here were different, older, more gnarled, with bark that seemed to form faces when viewed from the corner of the eye. More of the symbols were carved into their trunks, fresh-looking, the exposed wood still pale. We followed what looked like a game trail, moving as quickly as our exhausted bodies would allow. The sensation of being watched was overwhelming now, no longer a vague feeling but a certainty. Eyes followed our every move from the fog that still lingered between the ancient trees. When we finally spotted a structure ahead, our relief was so profound that we didn't immediately register its impossibility. It was the stone cabin where we'd spent the night, exactly as we'd left it hours before. This can't be, Mike whispered. We've been walking away from it all day. I checked my watch. We'd been hiking for nearly 6 hours, covering what should have been miles of terrain. Yet somehow we'd circled back to our starting point, where something that looked identical to it. Emma approached the cabin cautiously. The fire's still warm, she called back to us after peering inside. The ashes, they're exactly as we left them this morning. A chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air ran through me. What time is it? I asked, a terrible suspicion forming. Everyone checked their watches and phones. All showed different times, differing by hours. Mine read 3 in the afternoon. Mike's showed just past 9 in the morning, shortly after we'd left the cabin. Dylan's had stopped completely, the digital display frozen. This isn't possible, Lisa whispered, voicing what we were all thinking. But the evidence was before us. Somehow, we'd walked for hours only to return to our starting point. Either we were lost in a maze-like terrain so perfectly circular that it brought us back to the beginning, or time, I said quietly. The symbols. What if they're not about stars and moons? What if they're about time? Before anyone could respond, the knocking began again. 3 quick strikes, a pause, 2 more. It was coming from inside the cabin now. We backed away slowly, unwilling to flee blindly into the fog again, but equally unwilling to enter the cabin. As we retreated, I caught movement in my peripheral vision, tall, thin shapes moving through the trees, always just at the edge of clear sight. Not one figure now, but many encircling us. They're hurting us, Emma realized, driving us back to the cabin. As if to confirm her words, one of the figures emerged partially from the fog, just enough for us to see its impossible height, its limbs too long and jointed in the wrong places, its face a blank oval with only the suggestion of features. It raised one elongated arm, pointing at the cabin's open door. The message was clear. Inside. Now. With no other choice, we entered the cabin once more, the door swinging shut behind us with a finality that needed no lock or bar. Inside, the carvings on the walls seemed to pulse with a faint luminescence, casting the room in a sickly, shifting light. And now I could read them. Somehow, after hours of exposure to their patterns, my mind had begun to grasp their meaning. They weren't a warning, as I'd first thought. They were a record, a detailed account of how many had come before us, lost on the mountain, guided to this place to serve a purpose I still couldn't fully comprehend. Night was falling again outside, though according to at least some of our timepieces, it should still be afternoon. The knocking had stopped, replaced by a deep humming that seemed to emanate from the stone walls themselves. We huddled together in the center of the room, watching the symbols pulse with increasing brightness as darkness fell. What do they want? Lisa whispered, clinging to her brother's arm. I had no answer that wouldn't terrify her further. But as the humming grew louder and the symbols brighter, I began to understand that we were not merely lost hikers. We were participants in something ancient, something that had been occurring on this mountain for centuries. The symbols were not just a record. They were a countdown. Night fell with unnatural speed, darkness flowing like liquid through the windows and door cracks, filling the cabin until only the glowing symbols provided light. The humming grew louder, resolving into a rhythm that matched my heartbeat exactly, or perhaps it was my heart adjusting to match the sound, my body surrendering to the cabin's influence. We need to block the door, Mike said, attempting to push one of the sleeping platforms against the entrance. It wouldn't budge, as it fused to the floor. None of the furniture would move, we discovered after frantic attempts. The cabin had locked us in place like insects in amber. Our headlamps flickered and died simultaneously, leaving only the eerie blue-green glow of the symbols. In that light, my companions' faces looked gaunt, alien, their eyes too large and dark. Jack, Emma whispered, her voice strange in the humming air. The symbols are changing. She was right. What had been static carvings were now flowing, rearranging themselves before our eyes. New patterns emerged, concentric circles with our small cabin at the center, and beyond it, expanding ripples that seemed to represent what? Space? Time? Both? The air grew thick, difficult to breathe. My thoughts slowed, became sluggish. I found myself staring at one particular pattern as it shifted and flowed, a spiral that somehow reminded me of a face, though not a human one. Does anyone else feel? Dylan's question trailed off as he swayed on his feet. I knew what he meant. A heaviness was settling into my limbs, a profound exhaustion unlike anything I'd experienced before. Not just physical tiredness, but a draining of something more essential, as if my very being was being slowly siphoned away. Lisa had already sunk to her knees, her eyes fixed vacantly on the wall before her. Mike tried to help her up but stumbled himself, landing heavily beside her. Emma and I fought the effect longer, gripping each other's arms for support. "Don't look at them," she hissed. "The symbols. They're doing something to us." I tore my gaze away from the spirals with tremendous effort. "We have to get out." "Ow!" Her voice was becoming slurred. "The door won't open. The windows are too small." She was right. The only exit was blocked, and even if we could leave, the entities we'd seen outside were waiting. We were trapped. A new sound began, a scratching at the door, like long nails dragging across wood. Then at the windows. Then from inside the walls themselves, as if something was moving within the very stone. The humming rose to a painful intensity, vibrating in my skull until I thought it might shatter. Beside me, Emma collapsed to her knees, hands pressed against her ears. I fought to remain standing, but the pull toward the floor was irresistible, like gravity had doubled around me. As I fell, my hand struck the dirt floor with enough force to send a jolt of pain up my arm, a shock of sensation that momentarily cleared my mind. I dug my fingers into the earth, expecting packed soil, but instead found it loose, freshly disturbed. "The floor," I gasped. "Dig." Emma understood immediately. She clawed at the ground beside me while Mike and the twins remained in their trance-like state, oblivious to our discovery. The soil gave way easily, too easily, as if it wanted to be moved. 6 inches down, my fingers struck something solid. Wood. A trapdoor. With renewed energy born desperate hope, we cleared away the dirt to reveal an old wooden hatch with a metal ring pull. The symbols on the walls pulsed more intensely now, the humming becoming a shriek of protest as I gripped the ring and pulled. The trapdoor resisted for a moment, then gave way with a rush of stale air from below. A narrow set of stone steps disappeared into darkness, carved directly into the bedrock beneath the cabin. Mike. Dylan. Lisa. Emma shook each of them in turn, but they remained entranced, their eyes fixed on the flowing symbols. "We have to carry them." I grabbed Dylan first, slinging his surprisingly light form over my shoulder in a firefighter's carry. Emma managed to rouse Lisa enough to help her stagger toward the opening. Mike we would have to come back for. The scratching at the door had become pounding, but was beginning to splinter under unseen force. Whatever had been watching us, hurting us, wanted in now, and it was strong enough to break through. I descended first, carrying Dylan into the unknown darkness below. The passage was narrow but tall enough to stand in, the steps worn smooth by countless feet over what must have been centuries. Emma followed with Lisa, who had begun to mumble incoherently, fragments of words that sounded like attempts to mimic the humming sound above. "We need light," Emma said once we reached the bottom of the stairs. Our headlamps were still dead, and the glow from the symbols didn't penetrate this far down. I fumbled in my pack and found an emergency glow stick. Cracking it released a pale green chemical light that revealed a tunnel stretching away from the stairs, rough-hewn at first but becoming smoother, more architectural as it proceeded. "What about Mike?" Emma looked back up the stairs, where the sounds of splintering wood had grown louder. "I'll go back for him. You stay with these two." "No." She grabbed my arm. "We can't separate." The decision was made for us when the cabin door above gave way with a deafening crack. Heavy footsteps moved across the floor, directly toward the open trapdoor. "Run," I said, supporting Dylan's weight as best I could. "Now!" We fled down the tunnel, the pale green light throwing our shadows in grotesque, elongated forms against the walls. Behind us came sounds of pursuit, Not footsteps anymore, but a slithering, dragging noise, punctuated by the now familiar knocking. 3 quick strikes, a pause, 2 more. The tunnel sloped downward, taking us deeper into the mountain. The air grew colder but surprisingly fresher, with none of the staleness I'd expect from a subterranean passage. The walls changed too, transitioning from rough stone to precisely carved blocks fitted so perfectly that no mortar was needed between them. And there were more symbols, not glowing like those above but etched with the same precision, telling a story I could now partially interpret. They showed tall figures guiding smaller human forms through underground passages, leading them to circular chambers where I forced myself to look away, not wanting to see what awaited the humans in those chambers. Jack, Emma's voice was tight with fear. Look at Dylan. I shifted his weight on my shoulder and turned my head to examine him in the green light. What I saw made me nearly drop him in shock. His body was changing, becoming lighter, almost transparent in places, as if he were fading from existence itself. Through his clothes, his skin had taken on a grayish cast, and his breathing had slowed to barely detectable movements. Lisa was undergoing the same transformation, her features softening, losing definition. Her eyes, when they occasionally fluttered open, showed only whites, the irises rolled back into her head. What's happening to them? Emma whispered. Before I could answer, the tunnel opened into a vast circular chamber, so large our light couldn't reach the far walls or ceiling. The floor descended in concentric tiers toward a central platform where stood a familiar sight, a monolith identical to the one we'd seen in the fog, covered in spiral patterns that seemed to move despite being carved in stone. We'd been herded here, I realized. Not just today, but from the moment we'd taken that unmarked trail. Everything, the cabin, the fog, our circular journey, had been designed to bring us to this underground chamber. The slithering sounds of pursuit had stopped, but now a new noise filled the space, whispers, thousands of them, overlapping in a susurration that formed no words but conveyed unmistakable meaning, anticipation. Hunger. We need to go back, I said, though I knew it was hopeless. Find another way. Look, Emma pointed to the walls. In the dim light, I could make out niches carved into the chamber walls, hundreds of them. And in each niche stood a figure, perfectly still, humanoid in basic form but wrong in proportion, with limbs too long and heads too small. They watched us with eyes that reflected our glow-stick light like animals caught in headlights. As one, they began to descend toward the chamber floor, moving with the same unnaturally fluid motion we'd seen in the fog. Not walking but gliding, as if time and space functioned differently for them. The center, Emma said suddenly. We need to reach the monolith. What? Why would we go closer to that thing? She pointed to Dylan and Lisa, both now so insubstantial I feared they might dissolve completely. Look at them. Whatever's happening started in the cabin with those symbols. If the process started there, maybe it can be reversed here. It was desperate logic, but we had nothing better. We began moving down the tiers toward the central platform, even as the entities closed in from all sides. The air grew colder with each step, our breath clouding before us despite the sweat that soaked my shirt from carrying Dylan. The whispering grew louder, more frantic. The entities moved faster, their forms blurring with speed. They would reach us before we made it to the monolith. Keep going, Emma urged, practically dragging Lisa now. 20 feet from the central platform, the first entity reached us, a tall, gray figure with limbs that bent in impossible ways. It made no move to attack, instead circling us like a curious animal, its blank face tilting as if in examination. Another joined it, then another, until we were surrounded by a ring of the silent watchers. What do you want? I shouted, my voice echoing in the vast chamber. In response, one reached out and touched Dylan's face with elongated fingers. His whole body shuddered, becoming even more transparent. The entity withdrew its hand, and on its fingertips glowed a faint blue luminescence, the same color as the cabin symbols. It was feeding, I realized with horror. Absorbing something from him, his energy, his essence, perhaps his very soul. No! I pulled Dylan away, but it was too late. His body had become almost completely translucent, only a faint outline indicating where his features had been. Lisa was in the same condition, barely visible in Emma's arms. The entities pressed closer, silent and hungry. We backed toward the monolith, our only hope now to reach it before the twins faded completely, and before we began to fade ourselves, for I could feel the process beginning in my own body, a hollowing sensation as if I were being emptied from within. When my back struck the cold stone of the monolith, I nearly collapsed in relief. Emma pressed against it beside me, still holding Lisa's now ethereal form. Now what? She gasped. The monolith hung beneath my touch, a vibration that traveled up my arm and into my chest, resonating with my heartbeat just as the cabin walls had done. The symbols carved into its surface began to glow with the same blue-green light. And then, with a grinding sound that shook the entire chamber, a crack appeared in the monolith, an opening identical to the one we'd seen in the fog. Darkness yawned within, not the absence of light but something more fundamental, a void in reality itself. The entities backed away, their whispering falling silent. They watched, waiting, as the crack widened. From within that impossible darkness emerged a hand, human in shape but ancient beyond imagining, the skin like parchment stretched over bone. It gripped the edge of the opening, and another hand followed, then ahead, a human face so old it had lost all gender and individuality, the eyes sunken but burning with awareness. An ancient human climbed from within the monolith, its movements stiff but purposeful. It wore rags that might once have been hiking clothes, decades or centuries ago. Around its neck hung a pendant identical to the central spiral symbol we'd seen everywhere. It looked at us with eyes that held recognition, then at the twins in their near-transparent state. With a voice like stone grinding against stone, it spoke a single word in a language I didn't know but somehow understood. Exchange. The entities moved forward again, reaching not for us but for the ancient human. It submitted willingly to their touch, its body beginning to dissolve under their elongated fingers. As it faded, Dylan and Lisa began to solidify, color and substance returning to their forms. The process was quick but terrible to witness, the ancient human giving up what remained of its existence so that the twins might be restored. Within moments, it had vanished completely, and Dylan and Lisa were whole again, though still unconscious. The entities retreated, their feeding complete. The crack in the monolith remained open, a doorway to somewhere else. Somewhere beyond time as we understood it. Emma and I exchanged a glance, both understanding what had happened and what might happen to us if we remained. The ancient human had been a previous victim, preserved somehow inside the monolith, released now as payment for new captives. Had it once been a lost hiker too, trapped in this cycle for what might have been centuries? We have to leave, I said. Now. We hoisted the twins between us and began to climb back up the tiers toward the tunnel entrance. The entities made no move to stop us. They had fed. They could wait. As we reached the tunnel, I cast one final glance back at the chamber. The entities had returned to their niches in the walls, standing motionless once more. The monolith's crack was closing slowly, sealing whatever lay within until the next exchange was needed. We fled up the tunnel, carrying the twins between us, driven by the certainty that our escape window was brief. When we reached the stairs, we found them empty, no sign of Mike or whatever had broken into the cabin above. "We can't leave him," Emma said, though her voice held little conviction. "We don't have a choice." The truth hung between us, cold and unavoidable. Mike was gone, taken or transformed, beyond our help now. We could only save ourselves and the twins. At the top of the stairs, we found the cabin empty, the door splintered outward as if something had burst through it in a hurry. The symbols on the walls had stopped glowing, returning to ordinary carvings. The air was cold but breathable again, free of the hypnotic humming that had nearly claimed us. Outside, the fog had lifted completely, revealing a night sky crowded with stars. The moon hung low and full, illuminating the mountainside with silver light that made the twisted trees cast long, reaching shadows. "Which way?" Emma asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I had no answer. My GPS was still useless, and I had no faith in any trail markings we might find. They had led us here once before, by design rather than chance. Dylan stirred in my arms, his eyes fluttering open. What happened?" he mumbled. "Save your strength," I told him. "We're getting out of here." Lisa remained unconscious, but her breathing had strengthened, her face regaining its natural color. Whatever process had begun to transform them had been reversed by the strange exchange in the chamber below. We chose a direction that led downhill, the only logic we could apply, and began walking as quickly as we could while carrying two semi-conscious people. The sensation of being watched had diminished but not disappeared entirely. I could still feel eyes on us from the darkness between the trees. "Jack," Emma said after we'd been walking for perhaps 15 minutes. "Listen." I paused, straining my ears. At first, I heard nothing but the soft crunch of our boots on the rocky soil. Then it came, a distant sound of flowing water. "A stream," I said, hope rising for the first time in what felt like days. "If we follow it down, it should lead to civilization eventually," she finished. "All the local waterways drain toward Blackridge Town." We adjusted our course, heading toward the sound. When we reached the stream, little more than a trickle between moss-covered rocks, we knelt to splash water on our faces and refill our depleted water bottles. The twins were awake enough now to drink, though neither seemed fully aware of their surroundings. "Do you remember anything?" I asked Dylan as he sipped from my canteen. He frowned, concentrating. "Fog. A lot of fog. And a feeling like I was being drained. Emptied out." He shuddered. "And cold. So cold it burned." Lisa nodded weakly. "I saw things in the cold. People who weren't people. They were tall and thin and hungry." Emma and I exchanged glances but said nothing. What could we say that wouldn't sound like madness? We followed the stream downhill, our progress slow but steady. The twins regained enough strength to walk on their own after an hour, though they remained disoriented, their memories fragmented. Neither asked about Mike. Perhaps they didn't remember he had been with us at all. The night deepened around us as we descended. Occasionally, I thought I caught glimpses of pale figures moving parallel to our path, always at the edge of vision, gone when I turned my head. Twice I heard the now familiar knocking sound, 3 quick strikes, a pause, 2 more, but distant, as if letting us know we were being allowed to leave rather than pursued. Dawn was breaking when we finally reached a wider trail, a proper hiking path with clear markings and signs of recent use. The stream had led us true, away from whatever impossible geography had trapped us before. "Look!" Emma pointed to a trail marker indicating that Blackridge Town was only 2 miles ahead. "We're almost there." Relief hit me like a physical force, nearly buckling my knees. We were going to survive this, most of us, at least. The thought of Mike sobered my momentary elation. Would anyone believe what had happened to him? Would we even be able to explain it ourselves? As we made the final push toward town, I felt something fall from inside my jacket, something I hadn't put there. It hit the ground with a soft thud, and I bent to retrieve it. It was a small stone disc, perfectly round and smooth, carved with a single spiral pattern, the same central symbol from the monolith and the cabin walls. I nearly threw it away, but something stopped me. Evidence, perhaps. Or a warning to remember. The first buildings of Blackridge Town came into view as full daylight bathed the valley. Normal life awaited us there, people, phones that worked, authorities we could report Mike's disappearance to, though I already knew what such reports would lead to: fruitless searches, theories of him wandering off alone, eventually a presumption of death by exposure or accident. They would never find him. Just as they had never found the others who had gone missing on Blackridge Pass over the decades, hikers and climbers whose disappearances had been attributed to avalanches, falls, or simple carelessness. As we approached the town's outskirts, I felt a weight settle in my chest, not the hollow emptiness of the cabin, but something heavier. Knowledge. Awareness that the world contained things beyond ordinary understanding, entities that existed alongside us, feeding us in ways we couldn't comprehend. And a certainty that something of those entities remained with us, inside us, even now. The hollow feeling hadn't completely disappeared. Part of me had been taken, replaced with something colder, more ancient. I glanced at Emma and saw in her eyes that she felt it too. The twins remained oblivious, their minds mercifully clouded by whatever trauma they had endured. But Emma and I knew. We had glimpsed behind the veil and could never unknow what we had seen. The stone disc seemed to grow heavier in my pocket with each step towards civilization, a small piece of that other world accompanying us back to this one. And somewhere deep in my mind, I heard it, the faint but unmistakable sound of knocking. 3 quick strikes. A pause. 2 more. 6 months passed. Winter came and went. The official search for Mike lasted 3 weeks before being called off due to heavy snowfall. By spring, he had become another statistic, another name on the growing list of those who had vanished in the mountains around Blackridge Town. I stayed. I couldn't bring myself to leave, not when each night the knocking sound returned in my dreams. 3 quick strikes, a pause, 2 more, pulling me back to that chamber beneath the mountain. Not when I could still feel the hollow space inside me where something essential had been taken and something else put in its place. Emma stayed too. We rented cabins a quarter-mile apart at the edge of town, close enough to help each other through the night terrors, but far enough that we didn't have to see the knowledge in each other's eyes every day, the understanding that we were no longer entirely human. The twins went home to Boston, seemingly recovered but changed in subtle ways. They called occasionally, their voices distant, their memories of what happened growing vaguer with each passing month. A blessing, I thought. Let them forget. I got a job at the local ranger station, using my outdoor experience to lead guided hikes on the safer, well-traveled trails. Emma took a position teaching environmental science at the small community college. We built new lives around the hollow spaces within us, around the memories that would not fade. And I studied. Every historical record, every local legend, every disappearance report from Blackridge Pass and the surrounding mountains. I was looking for patterns, for explanations, for any mention of the symbols or the tall entities or the ancient humans trapped in stone. That's how I found the journal, a leather-bound book in the town's small historical society, written by a settler named William Keene in 1879. It contained crude drawings of the same spiral patterns we'd seen in the cabin, and an account of Keen's encounter with what he called the thin folk who steal a man's spirit and leave his body empty. They require an exchange, Keen had written. One must remain so others may leave. A sacrifice to maintain the balance between their world and ours. Mike had been our sacrifice, unwittingly, unwillingly. His absence had allowed our escape. The knowledge sat like a stone in my stomach every day. The disc I'd found on the trail remained on my bedside table, its spiral pattern sometimes seeming to move in my peripheral vision. I told myself I kept it as evidence, as a reminder of what was real when doubts crept in. But the truth was more complex. I kept it because it connected me to whatever had changed inside me, to the cold awareness that had replaced part of my humanity. Spring turned to summer. Tourists and hikers flocked to the mountains, oblivious to the dangers lurking on certain unmarked trails, in certain stone shelters. I guided them along safe routes, always watching the weather, always turning back at the first sign of fog. That's why I was so concerned when Emma called me on the morning of June 15th. Special request tour, she said without preamble. For hikers want to go up to Razor Ridge. They specifically asked for that area. My blood ran cold. Razor Ridge was the next valley over from where we'd encountered the cabin. Tell them no. I did. They're going anyway. They've already got permits. Who are they? A pause. 2 men, 2 women. Mid-20s. Well equipped. They say they're looking for unusual stone formations. The description sent a chill through me. Where are they now? Gearing up at the outfitters. They head out in an hour. I'm coming. I hung up and grabbed my pack, always ready, always stocked with extra supplies since that night on the mountain. The 4 hikers were exactly as Emma had described, young, fit, serious looking. Not typical tourists. As I approached, I overheard one of the men mention confirming the site location. They fell silent when they noticed me. Heard you folks are headed to Razor Ridge, I said, forcing a casual tone. Nasty weather coming in tomorrow. You might want to reconsider. The taller man, Jason, he introduced himself, smiled thinly. We'll be fine. We've done our research. Something about the way he said research made the hollow space inside me pulse with cold. What kind of research is that? I asked. The 4 exchanged glances. The shorter woman, Beth, spoke up. We're studying local folklore, particularly stories about the mountains. Any specific stories? I pressed. Jason's eyes narrowed slightly. You're very curious for a tour guide. Lost a friend up there last year, I said bluntly. Mike Carver. You might have seen the news reports. Recognition flashed across their faces, followed by something else, not sympathy but intense interest. You were with him? The taller woman, Diane, stepped forward. You were one of the hikers who came down after 3 days in the fog? I nodded, suddenly wary. Then you saw them, Jason said, his voice dropping. The Watchers. The tall ones. My heart pounded. These weren't casual hikers or folklore enthusiasts. They knew. I don't know what you're talking about, I lied. Jason reached into his pocket and pulled out something that made my blood freeze, a small stone disc identical to the one on my bedside table, carved with the same spiral pattern. We've been studying these phenomena for years, he said. Black Ridge Pass isn't the only site. There are 7 known locations across North America where the boundaries are thin, where they can cross over. Who's they? I asked, though I already knew. The original inhabitants, Beth said. The ones who were here before humans, who exist partly outside our time. Emma arrived then, her face pale as she caught the end of Beth's statement. You should stay away from the mountain, she said without introduction. The fourth hiker, a quiet man named Paul, spoke for the first time. We can't. Not when we're so close to making contact. Contact? I echoed in disbelief. You want to meet them? The things that took our friend? Took him where, exactly? Jason leaned forward, intense. Have you considered that your friend might have gone willingly? That he might have learned something worth the sacrifice? Rage flashed through me. Mike didn't sacrifice himself. He was taken while we escaped. Jason nodded as if I confirmed something. The exchange. One stays so others can leave. It's been documented in every site we've studied. Then you know how dangerous this is, Emma said. Why would you deliberately seek them out? Diane answered, her voice reverent. Because they have knowledge. Perception beyond time. They've been exchanging with humans for thousands of years, taking some, teaching others. Teaching? I laughed bitterly. Is that what you call it? What happened to you in that cabin? Jason asked abruptly. What changed inside you? The question hit me like a physical blow. How could he know about the hollow space, the cold awareness that had replaced part of me? Nothing, I lied again. You feel it, Paul said quietly. The connection. The awareness. We all do. He pulled down the collar of his shirt to reveal a pale mark on his collarbone, a spiral pattern that looked like a scar or birthmark. The others showed similar marks on wrists, behind ears, at the napes of necks. Brands of some kind, marking them as, what? Followers? Worshippers? You're insane, Emma whispered. They're not gods. They're predators. All gods are predators, Beth replied with a smile. That's why we worship them. I backed away. I'm reporting you to the Rangers. They'll revoke your permits. Jason's smile never wavered. No, you won't. Because part of you wants to know what we'll find. Part of you, the cold part, the hollow part, wants to go back. He was right. Even as revulsion filled me, something else stirred, curiosity, hunger for understanding, a pull toward the mountain that had been growing stronger with each passing day. Leave town, Emma said, her voice shaking. Or we'll make sure you never get near that mountain. The four exchanged amused glances. We'll be gone by tomorrow, Jason assured her. One way or another. They shouldered their packs and left the outfitters. Emma and I watched them go, identical expressions of dread on our faces. They're going to die up there, she said. Or worse, I replied. They might get exactly what they want. We went to the ranger station immediately and reported the group as suspicious, possibly planning something illegal in the backcountry. The rangers promised to check their permits en route, but without specific evidence of wrongdoing, they couldn't stop the hike. That night, I couldn't sleep. The knocking sound returned, louder than it had been in months. 3 quick strikes, a pause, 2 more. Over and over, urgent, calling. I called Emma at midnight. Do you hear it too? Yes, she said simply. They've stirred something up. What do we do? A long pause. We need to warn them. Even if they're crazy cultists, they don't deserve what's waiting up there. I knew she was right, but the thought of returning to those mountains, of getting anywhere near the cabin or the chamber beneath it, filled me with cold terror. Yet beneath the terror was that other feeling, the pull, the curiosity, the sense that something unfinished awaited me. "First light," I said. "We'll head up after them." Dawn found us geared up and moving fast along the Razor Ridge Trail. The weather was perfect, almost suspiciously so, with clear skies and no sign of the storm I'd invented as an excuse to dissuade the group. We made good time, reaching the higher elevations by mid-morning. According to the route they filed with the rangers, the group should have camped near Alpine Lake, still an hour ahead of us. "Look," Emma said, pointing to a fresh boot print in the muddy trail. They came this way. But as we proceeded, something strange happened. The trail, which should have continued around the flank of the mountain, suddenly split, a new path veering upward that hadn't been there the last time I'd hiked this route. The boot prints followed this new trail. "It's happening again," Emma whispered. "The mountain is changing." I checked my GPS. As I expected, it showed no trail where we were standing, just an unbroken expanse of forest and rocky slope. "We can still turn back," I said, though I knew we wouldn't. Emma just shook her head and started up the new path. I followed, the hollow space inside me pulsing with cold anticipation. The path grew steeper, the vegetation changing subtly, becoming older, more gnarled, just as it had that night 6 months ago. And just like then, the normal sounds of the forest gradually faded, replaced by an unnatural silence. We found the first body an hour later. It was Beth, the shorter woman, sprawled on the path as if she'd been running when she fell. Her pack was still on her back, her water bottle still clipped to her harness. She looked untouched, unharmed, except for her face. Her eyes were gone, replaced by spiral patterns carved into the skin and bone, extending outward from the empty sockets. Her mouth was open in what might have been a scream or ecstasy, impossible to tell which. "Jesus," Emma breathed, kneeling beside the body. "What did they do to her?" I thought of what Beth had said, all gods are predators. That's why we worship them. Had she offered herself willingly to whatever fate had claimed her? We should have turned back then. Should have gone for help, reported the death. But the pull was stronger now, the knocking sound a constant presence in my mind, 3 quick strikes, a pause, 2 more. We continued upward, following the boot prints of the remaining 3 hikers. The trail grew less defined, eventually becoming little more than a game path winding between ancient trees and massive boulders. Then, without warning, the fog rolled in, thick, white, obliterating everything beyond 10 feet. Just like before. "Emma," I called, reaching for her hand. "I'm here." Her fingers found mine, cold and trembling. "We need to stick together." We moved slower now, following the barely visible signs of passage left by the hikers before us, a broken twig, a scuff mark on rock, an occasional boot print. The fog seemed to absorb all sound, creating a muffled bubble around us that made it impossible to judge distance or direction. The knocking grew louder, no longer just in my mind but in the physical world, echoing through the fog. 3 quick strikes, a pause, 2 more. When we found the second body, we nearly fell over it. Paul, the quiet man, lay on his back on a flat rock, his chest altered. The skin and muscle had been peeled back and reshaped into the same spiral pattern that had been carved into Beth's face, extending outward from where his heart should have been. The center of the spiral was empty, a perfect circular hole revealing only darkness beneath. I turned away and vomited. Emma stood motionless, her face blank with shock. "They wanted this," she whispered. "They came here for this." I wiped my mouth, straightened. We need to find the others. The fog parted slightly as we continued, revealing a familiar sight ahead, the stone circle with its central monolith. Not the one beneath the mountain, but its surface counterpart, the one we'd glimpsed briefly during our first encounter. Two figures stood before the monolith, Jason and Diane, their arms raised, their voices chanting in a language I didn't recognize but somehow understood. They were calling, summoning, and something was answering. The monolith's surface was cracking, just as it had in the underground chamber, a line of darkness appearing down its center. From within that crack emerged the same elongated fingers, the same impossible hands. "Stop!" I shouted, running forward. "You don't know what you're doing." Jason turned, his face alight with fervent joy. "We're opening the way. They're coming through. They'll kill you." Emma cried. "Just like the others." Diane laughed, high and wild. "Not kill. Transform. Elevate." The crack widened. More hands emerged, then the first of the tall figures began to step through, its body unfolding impossibly as it entered our reality, stretching to a height of at least 9 feet, its limbs too long, its face a smooth oval with only the suggestion of features. Jason fell to his knees before it, arms outstretched in supplication. The entity regarded him for a moment, then reached down with those elongated fingers. It touched his forehead, and Jason's body convulsed, his back arching at an impossible angle. The spiral mark on his collarbone began to spread, flowing across his skin like living ink, covering his face, his arms, his chest. He made no sound, though his mouth opened in what might have been a scream. Then his body began to change, to elongate, the bones visibly shifting beneath his skin. Diane watched in rapture, awaiting her turn as a second entity emerged from the widening crack in the monolith. "Emma," I grabbed her arm. "We have to go. Now." She stood transfixed, watching the transformation with horror and something else, the same fascination I felt pulling at the hollow space inside me. The cold awareness that had replaced part of my humanity recognized what was happening. Understood it. Wanted it. "Emma." I shook her harder. She blinked, coming back to herself. "Yes. Let's go." We turned to flee, but the fog had closed in behind us, leaving only the path toward the monolith clear. We were being herded again, trapped. The knocking sound surrounded us now, coming from all directions, 3 quick strikes, a pause, 2 more. A summoning. A welcome. And beneath it, almost too faint to hear, a human voice. A familiar voice. "Jack. Emma. Mike." He stood at the edge of the stone circle, but not as we remembered him. His body had changed, grown taller, thinner, his proportions subtly wrong. His face was still recognizable but altered, the bones more pronounced, the eyes larger and darker. He wore the tattered remains of the clothes he had on that night 6 months ago. "You came back," he said, his voice a rasp that barely resembled human speech. "I knew you would." "Mike?" Emma's voice broke on his name. "What happened to you?" He stepped closer, moving with that same fluid grace we'd seen in the entities. "I learned. I changed. I became more." "They took you," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "You didn't choose this." A smile that was not quite right spread across his altered face. "I chose to accept it, to embrace what I was becoming, just as Jason is embracing it now." Behind us, Jason's transformation was complete. Where a human had knelt moments before now stood a being similar to those emerging from the monolith, tall, thin, with too many joints in its limbs. But elements of Jason remained, like a human blueprint visible beneath an alien overlay. Diane was undergoing the same process, her body contorting as the spiral pattern spread across her skin. Her screams had taken on a quality that was no longer entirely human. "This is what they wanted," Mike said, gesturing to the transforming hikers. "What they sought. To transcend humanity. To join with those who exist beyond time." "And what about you?" I demanded. "Did you want this?" Mike's altered face showed an emotion I couldn't quite interpret. "I had no choice. One must remain so others can leave. I was the sacrifice." He stepped closer, towering over us now. "But I found purpose in it. Understanding. Things no human mind was meant to comprehend." "Can you go back?" Emma asked, her voice small. "Can you be human again?" Mike laughed, a sound like wind through dead leaves. "Why would I want that? I am more now. I can see time as a dimension, move through it as you move through space." He reached out with elongated fingers, not quite touching us. "And you could join me. Both of you. The change has already begun inside you. I can feel it, the cold space where they touched your essence." He was right. The hollow space inside me pulsed in response to his words, the cold awareness recognizing its own kind. Part of me, a growing part, wanted to surrender to it, to complete the transformation that had begun in the cabin. Beside me, Emma trembled, fighting the same internal battle. "No," I said, as much to myself as to Mike. "We're still human. For now." Mike's smile widened, revealing teeth that had grown sharper. "But you'll be back. The call will grow stronger. The knocking won't stop until you answer." Behind us, the transformation of Jason and Diane was complete. They stood with the other entities around the monolith, new initiates to whatever ancient order existed beyond normal time and space. More figures were emerging from the crack in the stone, dozens of them, tall and fluid and hungry. Not all of them appeared fresh and strong like the first ones. Some moved more stiffly, their forms less defined, as if they were fading or diminishing. They needed renewal, I realized. New energy. New essence. That's what the exchange was truly about, not just taking humans as sacrifices but replenishing their own kind. "The way is clear," Mike said, gesturing to the path behind him, a path that hadn't been there moments before. "You may leave again. The balance is maintained." "Come with us," Emma pleaded, reaching toward him. "We can help you." Mike's altered face showed something like pity. "I am where I belong now." He pointed to the stone disc that I still carried in my pocket. "But keep that close. When you're ready to return, it will guide you." With those words, he turned and moved toward the stone circle, joining the other entities around the monolith. The fog closed behind him, leaving only the path away from the circle clear. We ran. Down the mountain, through fog that parted before us and closed behind us, along a path that shouldn't have existed but now led us straight to the main Razor Ridge Trail. We didn't stop until we reached the ranger station at the trailhead, gasping and trembling. We reported what we'd found, 2 dead hikers, the other 2 missing. We described the location as best we could, omitting the impossible aspects of our experience. A search party went up immediately but found nothing, no bodies, no evidence of the stone circle or monolith, no sign that anyone had been on the mountain at all. The 4 hikers were eventually added to the growing list of disappearances in the Black Ridge Mountains. Their families were notified, their personal effects gathered from their hotel rooms. Life in the small town continued. But each night, the knocking grew louder in my dreams. 3 quick strikes, a pause, 2 more. And the cold space inside me expanded, the awareness growing stronger, pushing at the boundaries of my humanity. I could feel the same happening to Emma. We spoke of it rarely, afraid that acknowledging the change would accelerate it. But we both knew that Mike had been right. We would return to the mountain eventually. The choice had been made for us the moment we'd entered the cabin 6 months ago. The stone disc on my bedside table glowed faintly in the dark now, the spiral pattern shifting and flowing like a living thing. Waiting. Calling. Promising transformation and knowledge beyond human comprehension. All I had to do was answer. What happens if we go back? Emma voiced the question on a crisp October evening exactly 1 year after our first encounter on the mountain. We sat on my cabin porch, watching the sunset paint Black Ridge Pass in shades of blood and gold. The hollow spaces inside us had grown over the months, the cold awareness spreading through our beings like frost across a window pane. I turned the stone disc in my fingers, its spiral pattern catching the dying light. We become like Mike. Like those things. And if we don't go back? I had no answer for that. The knocking sound was constant now, even in waking hours. 3 quick strikes, a pause, 2 more. My sleep was plagued by dreams of the underground chamber, of the monolith with its crack leading to somewhere beyond time. My body had begun to change in subtle ways, my fingers longer, my movements more fluid, my perception of time increasingly distorted. Emma was changing too. I could see it in the new angularity of her face, in the way she sometimes stood too still for too long, forgetting to blink or breathe as humans should. I found others, she said after a long silence. People who survived encounters. People who carry the cold inside them. This surprised me. Where? Online forums, mostly. They don't understand what happened to them, but they describe the same symptoms. The hollow feeling. The awareness. The knocking. What happens to them? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Eventually they go missing. Their last posts are always about returning to wherever they had their encounter, mountains, caves, abandoned buildings. Places where the boundaries are thin. We sat with this knowledge as darkness fell and the first stars appeared above the mountains. I've been researching the symbols, I said finally. The spirals. They appear in ancient sites across the world, caves in France, tombs in Ireland, temples in Malta. Always associated with stories of tall, thin beings who took people and returned them changed. Or didn't return them at all. Emma nodded. The exchange. One stays so others can leave. But what if there's another way? I leaned forward, excitement breaking through my usual caution. What if we could reverse the process? Reclaim what was taken from us? She looked skeptical. How? William Keene's journal mentioned a counterpart to the stone disc. I pulled a photocopy from my pocket, a page from the old settler's journal showing a crude drawing of a disc similar to mine but with the spiral reversed, flowing inward rather than outward. He called it the anchor. Said it could bind a man's spirit to his flesh and prevent the thinning. Did he say where to find it? No. But he mentioned the widow's cave as a place of safety where the thin folk wouldn't follow. Emma's eyes widened. Widow's Peak. There's a cave system there. The locals avoid it, say it's bad luck. It was something. A slim hope, but more than we had before. We set out at dawn the next morning, following a little-used trail that wound up the western face of Widow's Peak. The cave entrance was unmarked on official maps but featured prominently in local legend, a narrow crack in the mountainside that widened into a complex system of tunnels and chambers. The knocking sound grew fainter as we approached, an encouraging sign. Whatever influence the entities held seemed weaker here. The cave mouth was barely visible behind a tangle of dead fallen undergrowth, as if the mountain itself tried to hide it. We squeezed through, headlamps illuminating a passage that descended steeply into darkness. The air inside was cool but not cold, with none of the unnatural stillness we'd experienced in the cabin or the stone circle. Normal cave sounds surrounded us, water dripping, the occasional flutter of bat wings, our own breathing echoing against stone walls. We followed the main passage downward, passing smaller side tunnels and rooms filled with stalactites and stalagmites. Unlike the carved tunnels beneath the monolith, these were natural formations, shaped by water and time rather than intelligent design. An hour into our exploration, the passage opened into a large chamber. Our headlamp beams couldn't reach the far walls or ceiling, giving the impression of infinite space. "Look," Emma whispered, pointing to the chamber floor. There, arranged in a perfect circle, were 7 stone cairns, stacks of flat rocks balanced with impossible precision. In the center of the circle stood a stone altar of sorts, its surface worn smooth by time or use. "This is it," I breathed. The Widow's Cave. We approached cautiously. As we crossed the invisible boundary of the stone circle, I felt a shift, a lightening of the hollow space inside me, as if whatever had taken root there recoiled from this place. The altar bore carvings, faint with age but recognizable, spirals again, but reversed, flowing inward rather than outward. I placed my stone disc beside them, and the contrast was immediately apparent. The patterns were mirror images of each other. "There should be another disc," I said, running my hands over the altar. "The anchor." Emma circled the altar slowly, her headlamp revealing more carvings on its sides, crude representations of human figures standing against tall, thin ones. In one sequence, a human held what appeared to be a circular object toward the tall figures, who recoiled from it. "Jack," she called, excitement in her voice. "There's something here." I joined her on the far side of the altar. A small recess had been carved into the stone, perfectly circular, about the size of the disc I carried. Within it lay another disc, this one darker, made of what looked like hematite rather than the pale limestone of mine. I reached for it, then hesitated. What if it makes things worse? Emma's eyes met mine, reflecting the determination I felt. Could it be worse than slowly turning into one of them? I nodded and carefully extracted the disc from its resting place. It was heavier than it looked, dense and cold in my palm. Its surface bore the expected spiral pattern, flowing inward toward a central point, the reverse of my own disc. The moment I touched it, the knocking sound that had plagued me for a year stopped completely. The sudden silence in my mind was so profound that I gasped. "It stopped," I said, wonderment in my voice. "The knocking. It's gone." Emma reached for the disc, her fingers brushing its surface. Her eyes widened. Mine too. We stood in that underground chamber, holding the anchor between us, feeling the cold awareness inside us recede for the first time since that night on the mountain. It wasn't gone completely, perhaps it never would be, but it had been pushed back, contained. "What do we do with it?" Emma asked. I had no ready answer. The disc was clearly powerful, important. Keeping it would protect us, but others like us wouldn't have that protection. People like the twins who had experienced the entities and carried the mark, however faintly. People who might be pulled back to the mountain as we had been. We need to share this with others, I said, clutching the anchor disc tightly. People who have been marked by these entities. Emma nodded, her eyes gleaming in the headlamp light. But how do we find them? Through those forums you mentioned. People who describe the hollow inside, the knocking at night. They need us. We returned to town with the anchor disc, feeling its power keeping our altered parts in check. It didn't cure us completely, we were still partially changed, but at least now we had a means to resist further transformation. Using Emma's contacts, we created a network of survivors. Some were skeptical, others desperate. We made copies of the anchor disc, using hematite and carving exact replicas of the inward spiral. No copy was as powerful as the original, but each contained enough strength to dampen the knocking and slow the transformation. William Keene's old journals revealed more secrets. The discs had been created by early settlers working with indigenous people who had fought the thin folk for centuries. Each anchor disc was a kind of lock, sealing thin places between worlds. Every year on the anniversary of our first encounter, we returned to the mountain with new discs. We found the thin places, cracks in reality where the knocking was loudest, and sealed them, leaving an anchor disc embedded in the stone. The changes in us didn't recede, but they didn't progress either. We would never be fully human again, but we wouldn't transform into something else. We had become guardians of the boundary, neither fully human nor fully other, able to see both worlds. Sometimes I sensed Mike nearby, especially during our expeditions on the mountain. I never saw him again, but I felt his presence, sad, observant, perhaps even envious. He was too far into the transformation to return. But maybe part of him still longed for the human world he'd left behind. Disappearances in the Black Ridge Mountains decreased but didn't stop entirely. Some places were too deeply rooted to be sealed. Some people still heard the call and answered it. Emma and I remained in town, continuing our jobs, continuing our research. Each evening, I placed the original anchor disc next to the spiral disc on my bedside table, their opposing patterns balancing each other. We would never be completely free from what happened in the mountains. The cold inside us would remain forever, a reminder of the beings outside of time who had changed us. But we had found equilibrium, a way to exist between two worlds. And when occasionally I wake in the night thinking I hear a distant knocking, 3 quick strikes, a pause, 2 more, I reach for the anchor disc, feel its reassuring weight, and remind myself, we survived the mountain. We found our way back. And most importantly, we are not alone. Hope your dreams are filled with fear. Good night.